Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see you all here in chat. And today there is a very special day because we are going to watch the first trailer for Amazon's The Lord of the Rings, The Rings of Power. And yeah, I'm not 100% sure when it will be out, so I'm a bit tapping in the dark. All I can do is sit here and press the refresh button and hope it will come out. To my information, we might have up to half an hour, so there is definitely some time left that we have to basically, what do you call it? I forgot the English word for it. It's also relatively late for me, I just want to point that out, so I'm a bit tired, I have to admit. And yeah, difficult to say. Let me just check what the word is in English. In German it would be überbrücken, to bridge, bypass, override. Something like this. Bypass would be... sounds strange. To bridge the time, there seems to be a phrase, okay. Something like this. So, yeah, I hope the YouTube servers hold the consistent button pressing of F5 now for like the next half an hour. And that's interesting. Also, welcome everyone in chat. I already saw some people here waiting for, excited for what is going to happen. And yeah, we definitely have to look into this. I also have to, let's call it, plan a little bit ahead. Because I'm not sure how Amazon will handle the trailer on YouTube itself. So usually it is a very bad thing if you have like a VoD, a stream or a video, and your video gets claimed, which could happen, especially if they use some licensed music or whatever. So my theory is the following. We could watch the trailer together. I show it here on stream. And then for the VoD viewers who watch it later, I cut this part out. And then we watch it. We go through the trailer frame by frame, see what we're seeing there. Maybe run it, maybe try it like this. Yeah, F5, F5, F5. F5 is a button that will be pressed a lot in the next couple of minutes, I guess. But according to a tweet, which I would have to find, let me see. Yeah, the trailer time that the One Ring Net Twitter account gave us was... from the perspective of London, 1:30 a.m. to 1:40 a.m. So when your clock, the second part of the numbers on your clock says something like 35 or 40, then the trailer might be out. I got an Amazon reminder for, oh, that is good to know, for 12:45. So that means on 45, huh? So we still have like a lot of time to bridge. So in the meantime, I don't know. We could discuss about your worries, about your hopes, about what you would like to see. I would also want to point out, before stuff goes into this direction again, that, yeah, I don't know. I had to discuss a lot of comments about concerned users when it comes to, you know, the political topics, let's call it that way. If it's really political, is another thing or not, but my interest in discussing this is of course relatively low. So there's that. Oh, Rings of Power teaser trailer watch party. Huh. This is the Prime Video account. That is interesting. So I definitely have to make sure that I don't miss it. Good that you don't hear it. That is good. Let me just try something really quick. Is this the official link? Okay. There seems to be a link and it is set. Prime Video doesn't tell me the time though, which is strange. Whatever. Pass the time. That's probably a good way to say it. Dutch language is the language of the god, though. I don't know the context of this answer. The German language is incredibly unique, interesting. Yeah, that is true, but Dutch and German are of course very closely related languages, which is kind of interesting. Very fascinating. Also, I'm in Australia, Melbourne. Oh, that's awesome. Well, I'm in Germany currently, so that also won't change anytime soon. But yeah, very, very curious what's going to happen. Question is, am I on the right channel here? But in theory, I should be. Yeah, looks pretty right to me. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. I was also working on a summary video in case people wondered what happened with that. It exists, but I'm not done yet. It was too long, as always. So my decision is to maybe include slight bits of what might be revealed in the trailer into the summary video. So we have everything in one place, and I don't have to upload 20 videos, but it probably will be a bit long. I try to produce it pretty fast though. But considering that I already recorded some stuff for it, I might have to do some additional recordings and mess around with the script, which will be a lot of fun in production afterwards. But yeah, it's difficult to say. I'm not sure on Goku. I'm not 100% sure how long we have to wait. It could be anything between, let's say, 15 minutes and 25 minutes, something like this. But I'm not sure, and I'm also like sitting here alone and waiting for something to start. It's also not the most interesting thing. At least I could just explain my things here. Yeah, both Germanic languages, of course, but English is also a Germanic language. Well, we will see how cynical we have to be or not. Like, we have to keep several things in mind. This is, of course, a trailer that will air on these during the Super Bowl, if I understood this correctly. And as a result, it will be for a very wide audience and not for the hardcore book fans. On the other side, we also have to keep in mind that currently in Hollywood or in the Western world, films are also done in a certain way. That was always the case. There were always certain, let's call it, matters that were going on there. Like, I don't know, remember where you had always like a comic relief in every show, or in the 80s you had those muscle men's with let's say varying acting talent that were in a lot of films and so on and so forth. So there was always some way how people were cast for certain ideas that the film industry followed for quite some time. And this is the case too. And today casts are more diverse. And I know that some people don't like the idea. And to be honest, I had a lot of interesting discussions also in the last few days, and I would agree on that. Probably Hollywood just does it, or Amazon just does it, so they can make a check in the checkbox for it, and so on and so forth. But let's see how it works. I don't think though. Yeah, I don't know. It's difficult to say what they will do. My biggest worries for the show though has nothing to do with, I don't know. We often read about woke here and whatnot, and political correctness. But my biggest worries is definitely one of my biggest worries is definitely the potential time compression and what it might indicate or might destroy, if that makes sense. Because you can just do so much wrong and it can make the world feel less Tolkien as a result. I'm also a bit worried that they add too many details that seem let's call it nonsensical, if that makes sense. Like unnecessary elements tacked on to, like, it's a thing. No, trailer's not out yet, at least as far as I know. I definitely should continue hammering this F5 button here in the background. That is a concern, and that they don't nail the dialogue. Like I said, I really like Tolkien's dialogue. I think he always did a pretty good job at writing it. And yeah, you can make it can be very easy to make it feel like different. I'm not sure how much of the Second Age they will cover in one season. I don't know. Maybe they make multiple seasons of it. I have no idea, to be honest. Like, I'm very curious what the exact format of the show will be. Also, what's going on here? A lot of people are watching. And we haven't even started yet, so still waiting for this. As said, maybe for the people tuning in a bit late, my plan is that we watch the trailer here one time with sound at the beginning. I will post a link in chat too for it. I can potentially do in theory, but don't I don't know. I can put the link when it comes out in chat, and then you can watch it in parallel or however you want. We watch it one time together, and then I have to probably turn off sound. So my idea is, when I release the VOD, and it should get claimed, which I'm pretty confident that it will, except Amazon really planned this through pretty well. I'm not sure, but licensed music alone on your stream and so on of other sources always like a big no-no on YouTube, especially if you do this a bit bigger. So I run it through and cut it out of the VOD version of the stream. Yeah, it's in addition, yeah, it's an interesting point. It's an adaptation. Also, Bilbo Baggins wrote something to me. That's, of course, I forgot to answer. Would you want this new show to work in more music and song? Tolkien's love of song and poetry was one thing missing from the original trilogy. Music should play a major role. I agree with you that poetry and song was very important and for Tolkien and in his works. And in addition, this also indicates a little bit like Tolkien's root and language. Like, I think poetry and song are very classical things for mythology and for development of language, and also for passing like old stories to the next generation and so on. Like, you learn the song of your, I don't know, grandmother or if your parents, then you also teach it to your parents, and so the stories of old get like an oral tradition in this way. That's very important for mythology. Tolkien knew this, and Tolkien's works are deeply rooted in mythology. Originally, he planned to write a mythology for England, but then over the time, this idea was reduced. It was still in parts there, I guess, but Tolkien, I wouldn't say abandoned the idea, but it was less present. There's an interesting letter, which is in one of the unpublished letters, where he even calls this endeavor absurd. So it's Tolkien definitely had also a development regarding mythology, but still, his work itself is deeply rooted in all kinds of mythologies, like from Europe, even Egypt and so on, which is it's a quite complex topic in of itself, and as a result, it is very important. So to answer the question, I don't think so, to be honest. I hope there will be like songs. They have now more time on the screen to maybe fill it with something like that. But we have to see. I don't think so, because like it's kind of interesting. If you look very old adaptation, usually it's very low budget stuff. There's, for example, a version from Finland and so on, adaptations of The Hobbit or Lord of the Rings from, like, I don't know, the 70s, 60s, something like this. Or also some of the animated films, like it's called it cartoons, in the widest sense. You also have those elements more dominant there, the singing, and it often feels like a little bit not unfitting, maybe a bit unfitting for film. So as a result, I think if they would implement it, they would also have to find a balance like Peter Jackson. I think The Hobbit did a decent job in my opinion, even though The Hobbit has a lot of flaws, but they tried to implement the idea of song a bit stronger into The Hobbit here and there. And also in Lord of the Rings, Peter Jackson really tried to do this, but it's, I guess, really hard to do in film if you don't want to turn your show or your films into a musical, if that makes sense. Just to express it a bit over the top. But it's interesting. What will be in the show, I don't know. Welcome to Brazil. Really nice to see like an absolute international audience here. It's always really fascinating. And I think this is a very strong part of Tolkien. Also, I hope I did not miss the thing here. A strong part of Tolkien is definitely also welcome, Reflective Rambling. Nice to see you here too. Welcome. It's also Tolkien connects a lot of people like in these days, in my opinion, and I think we should. Tolkien would be probably happy that people connect over his work, and I really enjoy this aspect. Like, I'm from Germany making YouTube videos in English, and people watch my rambling, it seems, and from all over the world, from the United States. I had once a comment from like Nepal and so on, from Nepal, and that is pretty awesome that you have like such a wide audience and have like a combined passion here and there. Like we have people from Brazil, from the United States, from Germany, and from England, and so on, and Scotland, and so forth. It is it's pretty awesome that this is the case. And on a positive note, and I like to stay positive, especially when I'm tired, is definitely that we should keep it that way, because like you can of course discuss the show. You can also criticize the show. You can say, this element I dislike. That's totally fine, but we should, like in the last few days, it felt a bit like people were fighting each other, and I think this goes a step too far. Hola España. And hi from Turkey. Nice. So many people here. It's pretty awesome. Also, I need to. It's kind of funny when I'm talking. And pressing F5 at the same time. I sometimes have like a micro stutter in my brain. It's talking and pressing buttons, really hard to do at the same time. Also reading chat while doing so. Grond. Hammer of the underworld. Yeah, it's really fascinating that this is the case, and in the end, even if the show ends up not being good or anything, we still have the books, so I wouldn't say it's a win-win situation, but it kind of is, I guess. The good thing is, and another thing to stay a little bit positive on, is that, for example, if we think about Tolkien, about Peter Jackson's film adaptation of Lord of the Rings, if we think about that, some people now say in chat that Elrond looks far too young, like a teenager. Like in Lord of the Rings, Frodo was 50 when he left the Shire. Elijah Wood, playing Frodo, was 18 at this point when he played this role. So roundabout, he was far too young for this role, to be honest. Still, a lot of people, when they think of Frodo these days, think of Elijah Wood portraying Frodo. And so I would say, sure, could also not work out for whoever plays Elrond, but it could also work. We don't know. We have to give it a chance to see and find out, and that is, in my opinion, always important. Also, keep in mind it's just a trailer. The series is not out yet, and so on and so forth. So there's that. Yeah, exactly. Reflective Rambling puts it very well. the series will pique interest in Tolkien, and I also watched the Peter Jackson's films before I read the book, before I read Lord of the Rings, and it made me read the Ring. And now Lord of the Rings, and now I don't know, 20 something years later, I make, I don't know, 4 hour, I don't know, 50 long videos about Elrond. Or let's say, probably in the end it will be like 7 hours, but let's not go into this rabbit hole. Oh, we even have somebody from Mongolia. That's pretty awesome. So as said, it's so nice that we have like a common interest and passion that connects people, and that, in my opinion, is pretty awesome. When is the trailer? I assume in somewhere from now to the next few minutes. If somebody like if somebody in chat says, "Hey, the trailer is there," especially from like my mods, please feel free to tell me. Maybe I should try to have like Discord or something in my viewpoint too. How do I do this? We have enough monitors by now, so I can put this on my third monitor, and we'll hopefully see when stuff is going on there. But probably they might be busy with chat a bit. Also, thank you for helping out Reflective Rambling. Oh, Paul Freeborn is here. Nice to see you too. Oh, that is interesting. Bilbo Baggins says that the Tolkien ensemble of Denmark has a full collection of Tolkien's music. Actually, hearing Galadriel's lament adds to the story. Yeah, that is definitely true. It's like it's definitely some work to write this the verses, the poems, and so on. Tolkien put in some work. I have Prime Stream thing on. Still says waiting for Prime Video. Okay. That's pretty awesome. Like all I can do is like refresh. Like I have a link to a watch party on the Prime Video thing, and 18,000 people are waiting for that. So I assume when this goes live, we are done. But it doesn't say exactly when. Wow. Keep refreshing my Twitter feed. Yeah, probably. Like, if you would like to, I hope you have some spare F5 keys, because probably they will run out of functionalities, run out of order soon. It's still kind of funny that people are really, really into it right now and really want to know what is going on. Oh, hi from Mexico. Greetings to Mexico. Oh yeah, isn't there, like you mentioned, Queen Beatrix. There wasn't there. I forgot which. Wasn't there like I read some time ago that there was like also an illustration. Maybe it was exactly that, like a royal maiden illustration for some of the Tolkien stuff, and under a what do you call it? In German would say pseudonym. Like a ghost writing name. I forgot what the name is. And I don't know how the word is pronounced in English. And it's also late, so you keep in mind, for me it's like 2, almost 3 in the morning. So it's getting closer. Pseudonym or something like this. Is it pronounced? Okay, did not expect that. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I guess all are pretty excited. I'm too. I'm really curious. Mostly I'm curious. But we're getting close, so... to the airing. I'm thinking at this rate they will wait until 9. Well, that's definitely a possibility. Yeah, Madman 240, yeah, same. Angmar here. Hi. Yeah, Brazil, even people from Germany staying up this late. For us in Europe, it's definitely not ideal that the trailer comes out this late, but what can you do, right? Somewhere on the world, it's always a bad time for this trailer comes out. When the trailer comes out, it's always like this. I think only mods can post links in chat or something like that. I just wait till it pops up on the channel. I'm also impressed. Like, so many people are sitting there in this channel, hammering the F5 button on their keyboard, and somehow this YouTube stuff still works. It's kind of fascinating. Like, this is basically like a collective DDoS attack on this channel. It's just impressive that the servers can handle that. I'm really curious to see what's going on. I hope, like I said, my biggest fear is that they just add a lot of unnecessary stuff to the series, and that is nothing. That always can backfire a little bit. Let's put it that way. Sometimes you have to add stuff, but okay, I think we got it. Okay, I'm shutting up for a moment. I make sound. I think it is live. So hold your breath. Let me just double check that the quality is up to these standards. Okay. That was something, wasn't it? So, yeah, I don't know. What are you people saying? Is this a correct teaser? Maybe they released multiple. Let's have a look at this. But yeah, it should totally be the trailer. I can post it in chat again. Let me see. But yeah, that seems to be correct. Let's go through the trailer a little bit and check what is going on here. Maybe I have something to show. So at the beginning, this year, I would say it's 100% Mithlond Lindon. So we look into this. I posted in chat again, so people maybe... I can't imagine that one person is in chat who says, hey, what's going on? I have no idea. Question is, why doesn't the trailer show up here? But, well, it kind of works. Is it still unlisted? I'm just very surprised, technically, what's going on. Let me just post something really quick, just for social media's sake. We look into the stuff in a very short moment. Just let me see. I'm really curious why it doesn't pop up here on the channel though. Maybe there's some advanced trickery or magic going on. Maybe it's just YouTube bugging out. But yeah, it was. So did everyone see it now 6 times by now? I gave you definitely some time to do this. So let's, because as said, the problem is, of course, I don't know what's with the music and with the rights. So we just check the picture for now. So this here, interesting detail. Now that I see it here, I hope you can see my mouse cursor. You can, okay. You see the sun symbol. If we now switch back to the posters that were released, I have to admit I really like analyzing stuff. Did I ever tell this? It's really kind of fun. I have the picture here by accident, interestingly. See the sun symbol on the sword? This was leaked to be Isildur, if Elendil, not Isildur. If this is Isildur, then this is not Mithlond, and this is Numenor, a Numenorian haven. Interesting detail, in my opinion, already. We also see a boat, but I can't see who is on the boat. But we can, of course, skip frame by frame through it and try to see something. I don't see really something. So, Prime Video. People walking on a bridge. Awesome. We see the symbol multiple times. We see a big statue here with a sword. Like, I have to admit, my first impression of this place here was definitely Mithlond. 100%. But now looking at it, you see... Oh, sorry. I forgot to switch back to the screen. So, interesting details why this might be Numenor, in case people wonder. We also will have, like, the map stuff going on. Here, Numenor is the island between Middle-earth and Aman, the west continent, where the High Angels, let's call them that, live. Yeah, this island here. And why this might be the case is because of this mountain here, because in the middle of Numenor there was this huge mountain, and I forgot the name though. I mean, there's another possibility what place this could be, but we saw the sun symbol, and maybe they use it for Numenor, which would make sense. If it would be like an elven city, we might have seen more of these Swen ships too, though it's probably more a Teleri thing. Does somebody in chat know how the mountain in the center of Numenor is called? Because I just can't come up with a name out of my head. Let me see how good chat is, so we make it like a quiz. Let me see, what was the name called? I don't have my Numenor map. Meneltarma is the mountain. That is the name. So that might be Meneltarma. It was a very important mountain. I'm not sure how big it was, to be honest. But, yeah. The tower at the left has like an elven design. That is true, but you have to also keep in mind that Numenor is kind of inspired by it. I'm not sure if there's a height for Meneltarma. If there's a height for it, how big it was. Maybe this is it. Otherwise, this would be the Misty Mountains if it's Lindon or Mithlond. It's possible that it's Mithlond too. Like, this person here looks pretty much like an elf, to be honest. Like, from the artworks I know, I get like Noldor vibes. Not sure what chat is there. Meneltarma. Kierdan writes it in chat. Menel something. Exactly, I know. Found it out. So, yeah. Maybe find more clues. Like I said, I have to... Wait. That was fire, wasn't it? Yeah. Here on top we see fire coming out of this tomb. So it's a lighthouse, I assume. Maybe if we just go back a little bit. Can we recognize a person like in a frame? I don't think so. I have to admit those persons also don't really look like elves. Could be though, but what do I know? But still, this sun symbol here, if they're going with the symbolism for the sun for Numenor, then this might be a good indicator. Definitely, if this is if this is Meneltarma, it would work out. Meneltarma, what does it mean? Pillar of Heaven. So that sounds pretty massive just by the name. Yeah, exactly. This here looks a bit like almost like Greece. You know what I mean? Kind of interesting. So yeah, different designs, but as said, the Numenorians were pretty heavily influenced by the elves. It's an Elbereth. This shot here in particular, like, if that's a weird detail here. This shot in particular, I saw it and I thought this looks like Peter Jackson. It is probably the same location that Peter Jackson also has used in, for example, I think in The Hobbit. I don't know if I can find the screenshot fast. I could try. Why not? We have a little bit of time. The trailer is just a minute long, so that might work. Okay, pretty awesome. That kind of works. Let me just see if I can find the trailer really, the screenshot quick. There's a... that didn't really work. The problem is I have like a ton of... I have the screenshot somewhere on my hard drive. The problem is I probably named it poorly, so it's hard to find. Let's see if I can find the screenshot. I'm not sure from which film it is. I think it might be from the first Hobbit film. There's a screenshot where Gandalf walks along here or something like that, but maybe I'm mistaken. But it seems to be like a very recognizable scene there. But sadly, I don't see it. No, that's definitely wrong. But maybe somebody in chat knows what scene I mean. And can like confirm or deny it. I think maybe it's not this scene here. Nope, I don't find it. I found one, but maybe it's wrong. Maybe it's from the other side or something. Like I had this scene here in mind. I'm not sure which film it is, but I don't know. Let me also bring back chat. I have just closed chat like an absolute moron, so not sure what's going on. Very nice, but yeah, what do you say? Does it really look it looks really familiar, doesn't it? So I like that already, to be honest. Getting close here to the stuff. Here we see the in the article of Vanity Fair, which I still should have linked, so people wondering. In the article there was these huntsmen, and they had these. I forgot what the English word for it is. I have to look it up. Geweih, it's in German. By like an elk, antler or something like this. Yeah, antler. Maybe it's them. Yeah, it's definitely them. The question is, where could this be, chat? Antlers, yeah, with the giant elk antlers. Like, they are new. I have no idea where this, but this looks so familiar. Like this shot, like I have seen it before in a film of Peter Jackson. Hard to say though where this might be. There's like a mountain range far in the distance. What mountain range it be is hard to say. Let's say they are pretty far south. If we look at the good old Middle Earth map that we might use quite a lot. What do we have in the south? So I have to maximize it, else I will have trouble. It could be Mordor. It could be the White Mountains. Something like this. It's hard to say. Like, can we see... Now we go into the real details. Can we see the shadow? I mean, it's hard to say if they believe we don't see the shadow going to this direction, so no, here the sun comes from this direction, so the shadow, the sun should be, if it's noon, south should be here. Then west would be down here, and this direction would be east. That makes, I don't know, hard to say where this is. The NHY perhaps, yeah, it's also possible that it's, I'm totally wrong, it's not in the south, and it's the NHY, and this could be like a distant shot of the Misty Mountains. Definitely possible, definitely a possibility. Next shot is this, this girl here. I assume she is one of the hobbits, of the early hobbits. Would be my suggestion or something. Definitely a character we have not seen yet. This is interesting though, because I have no idea what's going on here. So this is Galadriel, and this is a very interesting detail already. Do you see the stars here on her shoulders? These are Fëanorian stars. Not sure if she would wear those, to be honest, but maybe it was back in the day, that was the time to wear those. We also see the dagger that she's wearing there. Very interesting detail. Let's check if I find the poster, which always takes a moment longer because this program doesn't recognize by default the this file format here. Galadriel, where is she? Here it is. So we saw it on the poster already. Let me switch. Oh, I forgot to switch the scene back. Sorry for that. Let me. Our production will be difficult here. So we had this girl here. I said she might be Hobbit. Map. Yeah, so sorry, Mark. Switched back to the trailer. Yeah, we just go back so people know what I'm talking. Here we see Galadriel and the waterfall. So I have some series. Here we see on her shoulders the Fëanorian stars and the dagger here. The dagger is kind of interesting in of itself. We analyzed it already, like in another stream, and it represents the two trees of Valinor, of course. Let me see if for people new to the lore. Might be interesting to know about. So there was a time before Sun and Moon were created, and in this time the only light source of the world were the stars and the two trees of Valinor, which were legendary trees. It's a very mythological approach by Tolkien here in this legendarium. And I also have this beautiful artwork by Benef, which I want to show here. And basically it looks like this. We have these two trees on the hill. A hill is called Ezelohar, and it's interesting, a Vanyari name. So by the first clan of the elves, there are three main clans of the elves. Vanyar, Noldor, which is for Galadriel, for example, is half Noldor and half of the third clan, the Teleri. Complicated topic, but yeah, these lighted the world, or a specific region in the world, which was in Aman, which was on the west continent. They stood somewhere around here in the middle of this continent there, somewhere there. And they lighted the world. And these trees are very precious, but they got, for the elves, they got destroyed by Morgoth, the first Dark Lord, and Ungoliant, Shelob's mother. And out of their last fruit and out of their last flower, Sun and Moon were created. I have to tell the story probably a lot. And this dagger that we just see here on the screen, here, is the dagger we can see here in the full screen picture. As you can see, it's silver and golden. If we go back to the artwork, the right tree is, you see, it lights in silver, and the other, it's hinted as like a golden thing, and they alter, they basically switch at some point. For a certain amount of hours, one tree is shining, then the other, and there's also a part where both are lighting up, basically emitting light. And the right one here is Telperion, that's the name of the tree, and the other tree to the left is Laurelin with a golden light, which we don't see here. That was also the first Amazon screenshot that Amazon posted of the film. Here we see Laurelin lighting the day, I guess. And it's more like the sun. And out of the last fruit of Laurelin, the sun was later created when the tree was destroyed. And out of the last flower of Telperion, the moon was created. And interestingly, the dagger that we now see here on screen represents or references both of these. There's another interesting detail, which we also talked a bit about, or speculated about last time. That is, of course, the, what's it called? That there are three pearls in it. Here we see it again. Let me just switch. Here we see the 3 pearls in this thing, and these 3 pearls might represent different things. It could be for the 3 Silmarilli. It could be for maybe the 3 kinslaying. If that would be like a Noldor dagger, it probably would represent the 3 Silmarilli. If it would be like a dagger by the Teleri, maybe the kinslayings. Even though, like, there's a thing to consider where this scene here takes place, where Galadriel is climbing like an icy mountain. And this could be, like, it was rumored that we would see this. The elves that lived in Aman here at some point went back to Middle-earth, and some went by using a boat, but others, maybe I should also use the proper map here, because this is a second age map. We are talking about the first age though. And some went over to Beleriand, this dark green area, over like a frozen passage on the ocean called Helcaraxe. And it is rumored that we see like a flashback in the series where Galadriel wanders with her folk over Helcaraxe. There's a version where Galadriel also comes to Middle-earth using a boat, but there's also one where she most likely comes over Helcaraxe. Complicated story, a lot of details are let out here, but yeah, that's probably what we could see here, because this place here looks far too unusual. If we skip back a bit here, before the king, whatever that means, we'll have to look into the text in a moment. We see this waterfall. Like, I have no idea where this could be. I mean, it looks like an ice wasteland and quite dangerous, or quite unusual in a way. On the other side, the Helcaraxe was like a frozen thing. I also have an artwork of Ted Nesmith, I think, somewhere, of Helcaraxe, so we could use that in to illustrate. Yeah, there it is, Helcaraxe. So there's basically, this is how Ted Nesmith imagined the crossing. So these are the elves, the Noldor elves from, and not all of them, because there was this Feanor dude who went over to Middle-earth using a boat, and then when he went there, instead of sending the boats back to get the other group, he just burned the boats and thought, yeah, I don't need those guys. He was a very famous elf. But he's also a very interesting character. Like, he spices things up, but he's not on the likable scale. He's probably pretty low. Let's put it that way. Also, maybe I should look a bit at chat. Maybe it's Guillermo del Toro stuff left from The Hobbit. But yeah, so we might see something like this here. If this is the case, these 3 kinslayings did not happen yet, so this dagger can't portray the kinslayings. Here, this dagger that she is about to stick into the eyes. But it's definitely Galadriel, and she has the. Whoops, press the space bar. That's not what I wanted. She has the Fëanorian. Come on, YouTube. The Fëanorian stars here, I assume, on her shoulder. She's a Noldor elf. Her father is one of the royal house of the Noldor, son of Finarfin. And Fëanor is the firstborn of that house, while Finwë, the first king, died. Here we see a Sylvan elf, as we learned, and this was the person wearing this unusual armor. Also here on the boat, on the raft, this is, I think, according to the Vanity Fair article, a character called Halbrand. Halbrand is Old English and should mean something like intact sword or something like this. Maybe even intact fire or intact torch, but something that is complete or still intact still works, if that makes sense. At least that was one of the translation I could come up with. If there's an Old English expert here in chat by any chance, feel free to give some input on that. But yeah, Brand could mean sword or torch, fire, something like this. There's multiple translation possibilities for this, it seems. Let me see. The other picture I want to show you. Yeah, this character had the unusual wood armor with the face on it. If it's a Sylvan Elf, then it's probably like an Ent or maybe even Tom Bombadil or something. Would be interesting. Very curious if we will find it out. But it is, from the posters, this character. He's called... Oh no, I forgot the name, but I have the Vanity Fair article open somewhere. His name is Arondir. I couldn't really find a good translation for the name, sadly. Yeah, there's also Bronwyn, which would translate to Win is joy. Like, for example, Eowyn from Lord of the Rings would translate to something like horse joy, or we could translate it of lover of horses or something like this. Bron could be a weird form of also the word Brand that we just mentioned with Halbrand, the other character on the raft here. And then it would mean something like sword joy or fire joy, something like this. I don't know. Probably also to do with swords makes more sense, I guess. But what do I know? Yeah. Karsnak says Galadriel was probably crossing Helcaraxe, was the perilous icy waste or wasteland that formerly lay between Aman and Middle Earth in the far north. Exactly. So yeah, here we see some arrow action. So it seems like there's an arrow coming in his direction and he catches it. So we get some maybe over-the-top Legolas-like action in this scene. Yeah, we also should maybe switch. Yeah, exactly. Brand also means sword. It can also mean fire or torch or something like this. There are multiple translation possibilities for that. I think I read somewhere that Brand and in the meaning of sword is usually like more a poetic meaning, but in a name that would make sense, I guess. So yeah, he now catches it and shoots arrows back. So we have the bowman before the ring. So this is a scene I'm worried about, to be honest. Like, this is definitely something. We see something flying here, and it's a meteor. So meteors in Lord of the Rings exist. There's one example. Let me see if I have a picture of him. In the First Age, there was a character named Eol. I have one... What picture shall we take? Well, we take the Ted Nasmith one. I don't want to take that picture, to be honest. Just... Eol is a weird character, in my opinion. Is that good? Let me just see if I have what picture is probably the best. Yeah, we take that of Sara Morello. Shoutouts to her, great artist. But it's one of her early works. And yeah, in this artwork we see Maeglin here in the front. It is the son of Eol. We see like a king or a high, like a royal elf. In this case, this is Turgon. Turgon is the second last king of the Noldor, or high king of the Noldor elves in Middle Earth, and we see this scene plays in Gondolin. The man staying there at the ground is Eol, shortly before his death, because he gets thrown down a cliff in a moment, because he pretty screwed up. And so, yeah. He also curses his son. It's an interesting story. However, he, Eolf, in his days before he was executed, basically, also found a meteor, and there was metal in it. I think it was, he called it, what was the name? Galvorn or something like this? Galvorn, something like that. Does somebody in chat know by accident? I know a lot of names, but if you have to do this live, you of course sometimes mix names up, and you pretty rarely talk about it. But yeah, there was black metal in it, and he forged swords out of it, Anglachel and Anguriel. And also his armor and so on had special properties. And later, I think Anglachel was reforged by a character called Turin, and it became Gurthang, the Iron of Death, his black sword. And so there are definitely meteors in it, and we also see black swords, and some people made some series already, but I don't know. My biggest fear, though, is that usually, Galvorn is the name, translates to shining black in Sindarin, it says here. Before the ring. Maybe this is a very early picture or something. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it shows the First Age or something. I have no idea what this exactly means. But there's a rumor that one character comes to Earth using a meteor or something. And usually if something comes into the world from outside the world, then usually that is a hint for a very powerful entity, like very powerful. And in the Second Age, we would not expect more powerful entities entering the world. So I'm a bit worried about what they might add here. But since the chronology could be completely borked up here, we don't know when this plays exactly. It could be like a flashback from the First Age. Maybe we see Eol and he forges a sword, and it plays a role in the series for whatever role, which would make no sense. But interesting detail, though. The sword of Turin, the black sword. Let me see if I find the map. We have the map here. The sword of Turin, from the First Age, he killed himself, and with his sword, with his black sword. It could even speak, which is kind of unusual. And he was buried. And his mother was also buried close by. And there is an island, and it is interestingly on this map here. It's very debated where this island is, but it's called Tolmorwyn, and might be a leftover place of Beleriand, and this is basically where the grave of Turin and his mother Morwen is, on this island. So in theory, it is still reachable, not sunk into the ocean, because Beleriand, if we look back at this map here, the dark green part is sunk into the ocean later. And then in the Second Age, the world changes a little bit. Actually 2 times. Where is now my Second Age thing? There it is. And then it looked like this. Pretty awesome effect here, but it takes a while to make. So back to the analysis here of these stuff. So yeah, I don't know. I'm a bit worried about this particular scene. Doesn't look too great. So who's this person here? I assume that because we have like a golden person in this in these posters, and it's rumored that this is Gil-galad, which is still missing. Gil-galad had, let me think, did he have dark hair or did he have silver hair? I think he had dark hair, because why should he have silver hair? So it could be Gil-galad. We have this person here from the poster, and on his sleeves there is written Elbereth, and this dress also kind of fits. It's very unusual that somebody clads in gold so much. I find this very unusual, because gold is considered in Tolkien's world as having an evil tendency, as Tolkien describes it in Morgoth's Ring, and silver has it not. That's maybe also silver's closer to starlight, And a little bit of gold is okay, I guess, but usually else I connect more with silver. So this might be Gil-galad in my opinion. And we also see, because we see, for example, Elbereth written on the sleeves. And if you look here at this here, I would need to enhance it. Maybe somebody in chat can read Kyr's runes really fast. If that is the case, feel free to give it a shot. I really can't make it out though. I see this letter here, which is an E, I think. Or it is an A, either of those. This is an I would assume. I can't see what this letter and this letter is, but it really looks like Kyr's. Probably I make a screenshot of it later and then I look closer to it. But this here looks like A and I, but I can't really recognize what this letter here could be. So if somebody in chat has an idea. Well, somebody says, I hope they at least hired one Tolkien scholar. They must have, because some of the writings... Oh, sorry, I forgot to switch the scene again. So, yeah, sorry. Here, if you can read this here, what looks like an N could be an E or an A. This is the I. And this I can't really recognize. Almost looks like another E or something. But yeah. This looks like Kyr, so there's something written on him. But we also see the pointy ears, which is mentioned in, for example, letters, and one of the... Tolkien had like dictionaries with roots and etymology for words and so on. There's a hint that the word for leaf is also the word for ear, because the ear of the elf is more like a leaf and more pointy. It's described as like a small note to this. But I assume this is Gil-galad, the High King of the Noldor elves. Let me just see. Yeah. He also has some rings, so I'm pretty sure it's this character here. Pretty sure about that. If I could have recognized the Kyrs better, I would try. I could maybe tell you what's written on it, but I can't really see it. I probably need to make a screenshot and Photoshop it a bit so I get the edges a bit clearer of the letters, if that makes sense. Yeah, they had Tom Shippey, but he left for reasons unknown, I think. But there must be more people who know their stuff, because else you wouldn't have awesome writings on the costumes. In one of the other things, for example, here... let me see where it is. Oh, it's from the... Yeah, maybe now we can show these screenshots. I asked someone, he said he had no problems with it. Title, reveal, what was the... Yeah, we have Disa, which is like considered or described as a queen or princess as a princess of the dwarves, maybe the wife of Durin, I guess, played by Sophia Nomvati, and this is from the Vanity Fair page. Shoutouts to them. And here in the background, for example, here on this screenshot, you can see, it's probably hard to see, but for example, here is Khazad-dûmo is written here in Kyr's on this side. It's one of the few words I could read. There was also Mazarb, which means something like record. That's the chamber of Mazarbul. We know from Lord of the Rings, the chamber of records translated. The UL is, I think, a grammatical form in Khuzd-dûl, the language of the dwarves. So it's pretty interesting. Also, some of the other writings we found was pretty advanced. So people definitely know at least Elvish language stuff here. Pretty nice. Yeah, here we see Galadriel, I think, on a horse riding in her armor, and other people. It's hard to say who those other people are. In the article, there's mention that she leads people from the north or something. So, yeah, maybe, I don't know. She has like contact with the Eotheot, which were like ancestors of the people of Rohan. We just bring it back. There was one poster, for example, we had, and Old English is usually an indicator for those people because in later Tolkien represented the language by through Old English, and yeah. So this might be one of the Eotheot. Maybe this is related. Halbrand seems to be part of those people, and I don't know what's going on with the raft. Don't ask me. Yeah, this creature here. Maybe somebody in chat has like a good idea for what this could be, like an early form of a troll or something. But I can't tell you exactly out of my head who this might be. A new legend begins this fall. This is Durin. He is still a prince. So Durin is like, there's Durin the First, Durin the Deathless, the founder of the House of the Longbeards. And the founder of, and Durin is, at least the dwarves believe, reincarnated from now and then. And comes an ice troll. That's a probably good idea. And reincarnated, and this is Durin the Fourth. So the third reincarnation after Durin the Deathless, Durin the First. He was one of the 7 fathers of the dwarves, so one of the first dwarves. A fell beast. Interesting. This here might be Elrond. Interesting detail, we see something written on this. Here we see the dwarf princess. Disa. Disa is a old Swedish name and has probably old Norse roots. And the dwarf names, the dwarves have Kuzdul names, but they don't reveal them to others. They use like outside worlds for others. And so all the dwarves have like Old Norse names in Tolkien's works. Tolkien borrowed them from the Poetic Edda. For example, I don't know, Thorin, even Oakenshield is borrowed from the Poetic Edda. It's also, there's like a list with dwarf names. In the Poetic Edda is like Norse mythology in like poems about Norse mythology written in the Middle Ages in Old Norse, and it's one of the few sources that we have for it. There's also a prose Edda, but it came much later. However, there's a list with dwarves in it, and they have Old Norse names as a result, and so for Disa sounds pretty Old Norse as a result. The name is quite fitting. Here's something written on it. Can't make sense out of it though. This scene here then has me worried again. Also, what's going on here with the elves, I couldn't tell. It's on a... Does somebody in chat have a good idea for this? Female dwarf named Dis. Yeah, the sister of Thorin Oakenshield from The Hobbit is called Dis, and she is the mother of Fili and Kili. And Dis means something like sister or so. It's hard to say. There is like, if you add Dis to a word as far as I know, I'm not an expert on Old Norse, but as far as my research went, if you add as a, what do you call it, a suffix to a word, you make it to, it becomes sister or something like this. Disa in itself seems to mean something like goddess. So, and maybe this could also be related to this, hard to say. Maybe it's some weird root of it. I'm not too deep into Old Norse to give you like a really good answer to this. Names could be related, but it could, I assume it references the name Dis, because Dis from is the only female dwarf Tolkien mentions by name ever. So, if we take this picture here, let me just... I believe this might be Lindon. There's a reason why I believe this, because... Well, I could be totally wrong, of course, as always. But my speculation here, which might be interesting, is this picture from the Vanity Fair article. And you see, like, what do you call this, birch trees in the background, and the coloring somewhat similar. And we see Galadriel and Elrond here. And we know Elrond is a diplomat in this place, in Lindon, where also Gil-galad resides. And I assume on this picture here, this person here in the middle could be Gil-galad. I'm not sure what's going on there exactly. So maybe this is Lindon or somewhere. Lindon, for people wondering where this might be on the map. So let's say, I don't know, it's here. There's like this huge bay. Mislond is somewhere here. I'm not sure if in the north or on the southern, what do you call it? What is Ufa in English? Bank, yeah. The shore, no, bank is probably the better name for it. And yeah, it's somewhere there. If you wonder where that is, the Shire, it's really hard to see on my screen. Sorry for maybe not hitting it correctly, but the Shire is somewhere here. This should be Hobbiton roundabout. So it's pretty close to Hobbiton. Rivendell would be later. So my map is so small here on this screen, I don't see it. But Rivendell should be here. So just to have some orientation on this map. These are the Misty Mountains, and there's Khazad-dûm somewhere here. And yeah, Mislond. Yeah, my assumption what this here might be. Maybe the founding of Rivendell. That's an interesting idea. Could be, but we see like... I mean, we also see... Let me switch back to the right picture here. Also in Rivendell, we see some water down there, and there's a river, of course, but could be the river then. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Interesting idea. Would not have thought of that, but good idea, Frank. Yeah, of course. I don't know. I knew that they would need to invent characters because you just have to. You only have like the big names in the world, and I think if you want to depict like a place and make it like living, you need some side characters too. Like I don't know what you would need for that. I'm not an expert on writing TV shows, but I can imagine that it might help to have those. And maybe even give new perspectives to tell a story. Like, this is not a one-by-one adaptation or, like, I don't know, retelling of what Tolkien wrote in scripts. It's like they want to tell a story and use Tolkien as a vessel. The question is, how well do they do this? There's a lot of traps and a lot of things where they can fail. But for now, I give them the benefit of the doubt. Because there are some details I really like. The shoulder thing here looks interesting. This is Elrond, by the way. We know this from the Vanity Fair leak. The clothes looks pretty familiar. Maybe he's studying something. That would fit to him. Maybe the background, the people here, and these things here, it looks distant. It looks not elvish, but dwarvish. So I assume he's with the dwarves and maybe studying, I don't know, their language or something. Elrond stuff. Pretty awesome. I like that. Makes sense. And we also in the next scene see Disa, the Dwarven Queen. She has gold on her hands for whatever reason. And the princess, potentially the wife of Durin. Here her hair is different though, and I know there's something going on. Here we see Galadriel. For whatever reason, the person here checks her ears to see, hey, is this an elf or something? Yeah. So we have this scene here, which I have no idea what's going on here. Like, this is potentially the meteor stuff going on. The question is, who is this? He comes out of fire and grabs somebody, whoever that is. And we see this here, like a lot of fire stuff going on. Like, I don't know. This scene, I can't really make too much sense out. Even if I go frame by frame and try to see something that I probably don't want to see. Is it possible that this person looks much smaller than this person? You know what I mean? Could this be a hobbit or something? Like, he looks kind of from the proportions a bit smaller or something. But don't ask me who that is. This is, yeah. Durin basically splitting a rock in half with a pickaxe. Here we have a character with a chain on his leg. And flying through the air. Don't ask me what's going on here. I don't know. Any ideas in chat who this might be? Oh, wait, I have an idea. Are the ears pointy? Could this be like an elf or something? There is like I wouldn't call it a legend, but like a character. I think rumors are that his name is Adar or something. And he is like a, I don't know, corrupted elf or something by Sauron or whatever. Don't ask me. Maybe that's him. He's also changed. It never a good thing. No idea. Like, he doesn't look like, who could this be? I have no idea. Doesn't look like Elrond or so. Not sure if it's even an elf. No, it's not an elf. So this might be Númenóreans. They are fighting orcs or something. Yeah, that's probably Númenóreans fighting orcs. Ideas? Beornings. I know much of Tolkien lore. I think Beornings are a bit early, but I hope the blonde guy is not Finrod. But the ear is not pointy, if you know what I mean. So I don't think that these are elves. And if they're not elves and it's early, I mean, this could be a flashback to the War of Wrath. Then this could be, I don't know who. This could be in the First Age. But it could also be Númenóreans. But when would Númenóreans fight against orcs? Like, of course, the war against dwarf and elves, but there's usually not much fighting going on. Well, Sauron just surrendered when they captured Sauron, the Númenóreans, so at least in the books. Hard to say. The thing I would wonder is to see the sun symbol somewhere. But if you look here at this scene, this might be a Fëanorian star. Also here we see the star. Maybe this is a flashback to the First Age, and we know that men were often vassals for the for elf lords, like for Finrod, for example, and so on and so forth. So we could go through these elves. This could be then, it could be Huor, it could be Húrin, it could be Beor. So that are the big classics. I'm not sure if the hair color of those, like, I have to admit, like, if you would ask me which hair color had Húrin, I don't know, to be honest. We also have Tuor, of course. There are some possibilities for this. Sun symbol on the guard, you think? Can you direct me a little bit? Like here, I try to identify this. Maybe you mean this here? But look, definitely, you can maybe interpret it, but it could also be like a star of Fëanor. I'm not sure. Yeah, the shield looks a bit like a tree. That would be a very elven thing to do, because I mean, the Númenóreans also had Nimlos, the white tree. Nimlos, by the way, means white flower. And interestingly, if we switch back, also, mentioned this in my summary video that I hopefully release. I have to now rework a little bit, but probably not too much, to be honest. So I'm happy about this. No, not gonna lie. Let me just see if I can show it. There's a person with a white flower on a poster. This one here. And I assume this is Tar-Miriel. Because Nimlos means white flower. And it's like the moon was created out of the last flower of Telperion. And Nimlos is basically like... It's not related to Telperion directly, but it's made to a tree that was made in the image of Telperion. So a white flower and so on might indicate Numenor. And they also had a white tree. So maybe I like the Numenorian idea more I have to say. Yeah, that's a good point. The armor in style is a bit more. Finrod could also be. But as I said, I don't think that his ears are pointy. So this is potentially not an elf. These ears here are pointy. Interesting detail, chat, by the way. His ears are... Okay, this could be... Húrin, according to... What is the source for that? Húrin had blonde hair. Blonde gray. I don't know. Yeah. Exactly. This is this star here. I mentioned it a moment ago. Could be like the Fëanorian star that we see on Galadriel's armor. See here, this star might be. Let's jump to the scene really fast. So this might be the same symbol. However, he's not an elf. So when did basically men fight under the banner of elves in the First Age mainly? And the pointy ears of the orcs hint at it, at least in my opinion. I assume these are orcs here to the right and left. That they again go with the idea because it's also hinted in Lord of the Rings and it's the most canon. Let's not go into this debate, but that orcs' origin is based on transformed and corrupted elves that got turned into orcs as mockery of the elves, as Tolkien writes it. We can find it also in the Silmarillion. Treebeard hints at it too, and yeah, in my opinion, it works best with what we have. Also, Tolkien Gateway is dying. Hair color golden. So Huor also had golden hair, huh? It could be one of this. Like, I mean, for him to be, I would be a bit disappointed if this is Húrin. I'm not gonna lie. Like, Húrin was like, yeah. I mean, it could work. They need like. It could fit. I don't know. Here we see what was already leaked a little bit. We have a small hand. One could think a child, but I think it's a hobbit because the hobbits find this man here. And many call him Meteor Man. So he came to the world using this meteor. And somehow in the Vanity Fair article it stated that they find somebody. A mysterious man. And yeah, I assume this is this person and he has an apple. Like, and a beard. So, a grey beard. And this must be this person here because the clothes look pretty similar. And a grey beard is related, not a grey beard, the apple. Like, Tolkien was not a fan if you put too much interpretation and allegory into his works when you read them. So it's difficult, but this is like an adaptation. There's, of course, Tolkien was a devoted Catholic, and the apple often represents the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Like in the Middle Ages, they usually used an apple to represent this fruit, and that is how it came with the apple, that everyone thinks they were not allowed to eat an apple. But it was not, in the Bible it's not stated it's an apple. I'm talking, of course, of Adam and Eve and the fall of man. If they go with this fall of man route, I have very big concern that they try to implement Morgoth in some weird way, because Morgoth is basically the devil of this world. And I don't know what's going on here. This is kind of, this scene here and Meteor Man and whatnot seems pretty weird. Maybe this is early Gandalf. That would be a funny reference, but it would also be against the law, because Gandalf comes to the to Middle Earth using a boat, not a meteor. He comes with Iwendil, that is or Radagast as we know him. Saruman probably came a bit earlier and separate. The Forbidden Fruit, yeah, exactly. And he came 3rd Age 1000, but not in the 2nd Age yet. But maybe it's Gandalf the Grey. That would be kind of funny. So we have this scene. I have no idea, but it seems like this story is a bit outside of everything else as far as I understood the article. So these are basically all the scenes. Did you overlook something? Wait, let me see the fire dude again. He has a beard too, right? Well, not the most impressive beard, but there's definitely a beard. But no idea what's going on here with this guy burning around. So what we see here, interesting, a detail. Like, it seems like there is like some weird of, like, this might be the meteor where he comes out or something. And we see basically, yeah, like, he's like the source of this. And these stones are not, it's not an explosion and the stones are flying. It seems like they're circling around him. So this, in a way, this seems to be like very powerful. However, in case people wonder if people fall using meteors on the Earth, no, that is not in the books. That's totally made up. I'm not the hugest fan of that. I mean, okay, would be interesting if that is actually Gandalf, because Gandalf has a deep connection, but he notices the hobbits much later in the books, like in the 3rd Age. Also, he appears in the 3rd Age in the books, but what do I know? Also, hobbits are not mentioned before the 3rd Age too, but they existed. It's mentioned in the prologue of Lord of the Rings that they existed since the Elder Days, and the Elder Days is a synonym for the 1st Age, so that would kind of work. But yeah, usually if something comes from outside the world, it is like a very powerful entity. He's also holding a hand of this person here. And if we try to see him, not sure if he looks shorter than usual, but a usual person, so this could be a really halfling. I'm not sure. As explained, chat, I can post the link again in chat in case people are coming into this new and just want to maybe see the trailer or so. Yeah, like I don't know. Like, just imagine this would be like a weird story of Fall of Men story with hobbits, and this is like kind of Morgoth or something. That would be. I like the idea that this might be Gandalf. I like it more than this being like Morgoth or whoever that is. But as said, Gandalf does not come to Middle Earth by meteor. He comes by boat. I think, I'm not even sure if it's stated explicitly, but there it is. I could try to find it. Really quick. There is in the Unfinished Tales a section called the Istari. And let me see, I think it should say ship or something like this. Guardianship, friendship. No, doesn't work. Could swear there was like, maybe it's sail. Maybe it's not mentioned. That would be interesting. I could swear it's mentioned that he comes using a boat. I mean, they don't have access, I assume, to the Unfinished Tales anyway. If you look at Gil-galad, he looks concerned. Yeah, maybe it's Sauron, but Sauron also does not come by using a meteor or something. But I don't know. I'm really curious what the meteor stuff will be in the end. Oh, you see a black screen when I do this. Let me just try it like this so I can do stuff here in the background. Does somebody know, like, the exact quote? If there's a mention sailing or of a boat? I could swear it was somewhere here. Maybe there's another source for it. That is the History of Middle-earth book, The Peoples of Middle-earth. It's in there. There's also a section called The Five Wizards. Oh, I just misspelled this. I also know how to find it really fast. It could also be in the Glorfindel section before that. Okay, makes no sense. No, that's already Círdan, not the Five Wizards. A flying boat? No, it's not a flying boat. No, I can't find any mention of that. Melkor, I'm curious too. Yeah, I'm really curious. Well, I definitely will give it a chance, because I think if, like, for me as a content creator, if I want to review something, I have to see it. And I'm curious what they are going to do with it, if I like it or not. Doesn't matter too much. Maybe it's in Lord of the Rings, but I'm not sure. It's only mentioned that they appeared in Middle-earth. In Lord of the Rings. I could swear there was, like, sailing going on. I'm in the wrong book here. Just need to spell Gandalf correctly. Grey Pilgrim. Yeah, I know why I think he came by ship. Now I remember again. I remember. Let me read this section. There are multiple of those. Now I remember why I think Gandalf came by ship. There's a specific reason for that. Others were there also, 2 clad in sea blue and 1 in earthen brown. And last came one who seemed the least, less tall than the others, and in looks more aged, grey-haired and grey-clad, and leaning on a staff. But Círdan, from their first meeting at the Grey Havens, divined in him the greatest spirit and the wisest, and he welcomed him with reverence, and he gave to his keeping the 3rd ring, Narya the Red. So, on his first meeting when entering, they met Círdan, and Círdan is the shipwright living in the Grey Havens in Mithlond. So that is where I got the implication that when they entered the world, or Middle-earth, they sailed to Mithlond first and got there. And this is also mentioned in The Lord of the Rings, not only in the Unfinished Tales. I would need to find it, though. Let me see. Círdan. Yeah. Throughout the Third Age, the guardianship of the 3 rings was known only to those who possessed them, but at the end it became known that they had been held at first by the 3 greatest of the Eldar, Gil-galad, Galadriel, and Círdan. Gil-galad, before he died, gave his ring to Elrond. Círdan later surrendered his to Mithrandir, for Círdan saw further and deeper than any other in Middle-earth, and he welcomed Mithrandir at the Grey Havens, knowing whence he came and whither he would return. "Take this ring, master," he said, "for your labors will be heavy, but it will support you in the weariness that you have taken upon yourself, for this is the ring of fire, and with it you may rekindle hearts in a world that grows chill. But as for me, my heart is with the sea, and I will dwell by the grey shores until the last ship sails. I will await you." So Círdan does a little prophecy here, and that is pretty awesome. But this gives the basically the idea Círdan appears there in the Grey Havens, and probably from reaching Middle-earth by ship and not by meteor. And this is in the Second Age. What is going on with bots today? Holy moly, bots. The blonde elf is Finrod. Maybe. But I don't think he's an elf. So, yeah. That was my input to the picture. Let's look at the blonde elf again. I assume you mean this person here, right? Yeah, I see the spam bots already. It's definitely what do you call it? A bane upon YouTubers and Twitch streamers alike. Fellowship of Fen posted, but if you look at his ear, it's not pointy. And we have seen, for example, in this scene here, shortly before, Galadriel, ear, pointy ear. This person here seems to have not a pointy ear, so he wouldn't think he's an elf. It seems like a normal ear. You know what I mean? I sadly can't increase the resolution because I have not uploaded it in 4K, but on my end, I would still say the ears are pretty unpointy. Let me just see if I can make this bigger. I can probably kills it, but if you look at this, like it looks round on my side at least. I agree, the armor definitely looks elvish because there's like the Fëanorian star on it, but this could be a flashback to the first age, and this is like Huor or Húrin or Tuor or Beor probably not, but I think Huor and Húrin had blonde hair. You really would call this pointy? I mean, it's totally possible that you're right, but for my perspective, I can't make it bigger than this. This is, I think, the biggest I can get. Also, how do I get the normal size again? Yeah, I think it's my theory is it's a flashback, and this is one of the heroes of men working for the elves, because we also see orcs for the first time, and in the trailer, and we know there will be flashbacks to the first age for the elves. Like, you have to consider this. Let me just seek the picture really quick. Oh, so much production to do in the background. Like, this here is also in the first age. But you're right. Maybe this person here is Finrod and he's the same. I don't know. Hard to say. But this is also a flashback to the first age, so I have no idea. Maybe it is the brother of Galadriel, one of the brothers. It doesn't need to be Finrod. It could also be Aignor or Angrod, the other two brothers of Galadriel. However, the armor, I agree, is definitely elvish. Like, with this insignia here, we have a tree, which is also pretty elven-like. Yeah, the city port was also my analysis here. We have the sun symbol here, and if the person with the we have in the posters is Isildur, or Elendil, not Isildur. Let me see where he is. Somewhere here. Yeah. Here, it's the same symbol that is on the sword. So wherever this place is also where this dude is from. And it's supposed to be Elendil, and then this must be Númenor, and then this mountain is Meneltarma. This here, interestingly, no, that makes no sense. Like, he has long hair. Like, this statue here, just a theory. If this is Númenor, this could be the first king of Númenor. This could be Elrond's brother, but I don't know about that, because he looks maybe somewhat different than Elrond? Where's Elrond again? Here he is. Does he look like the statue? Probably not. But yeah, it would fit to Númenor. This here looks not that elvish here to the right, even though some of the buildings do look elvish. But the Númenorians were inspired. We see a lot of ships. So this is either, in my opinion, Mithlond, which is Great Haven. I don't think it is Alqualonde or something. It's too big for that. I think, and we would see swan ships if it would be in Aman. So that is not the case. Even though this guy looks how I imagine Finwë, to be honest. But what do I know, right? Then this here in the background would be Taniquetil, but hard to say. I think it's it's really hard to say, chat. Taniquetil, yeah. That is the... I have to switch so many screenshots around here. That's really a bit difficult to do on the fly. That doesn't work. Where do we have Taniquetil? I have a Nesmus artwork of Taniquetil. That is the mountain. That's the highest mountain in the world, in Tolkien's world, and the Valar, the king of the Valar, of the High Angels, basically the king of the world, resides there. And Nesmus has a fantastic artwork of this, which people probably have seen. This is Taniquetil. And you see on top is his mansion, the mansion of Manwë. Not sure what if there's an actual name for it. How easy is it for some of these users to spam bot stuff here? Pretty annoying. I won't bristle if the story is good. Yeah, story has to be good. Yeah, we talked about the tree symbol too. Tree symbol works for Numenor at the same time as for... but if this is Numenor here, then they really seem to go with the sun symbol for Numenor in the series. Even though I did not find really a good source for that, but I guess it works. Where is he? Here at the end. Like, yeah, here you see something like a tree symbol here and there. See here, the last frame, we see the Fëanorian star still, though that is too unusual. Maybe it could. I don't think this is a sun symbol. But these people are either Numenorians or, like I said, men fighting against orcs here. Wait a minute. Probably not his sword. This sword here seems black. Not that this is Turin or something, but that would make no sense. Yeah, the men are called the children of the sun. Oh, I forgot to switch the scene. Sorry, chat. Yeah, men are called children of the sun because they awoke when in Hildorien, when the sun first rose. Hope that's the correct time form. And Hildorien is somewhere back here. Hard to say if the sea was still around there at this point. The Sea of Helkar. Don't ask me. But yeah, they're called the children of the sun. However, for example, the island of the Numenor is called Elena, which means starwards, because they had to follow a star to get to their island after the War of Ras. The island of Numenor was a gift to a group of men called the Edain, and those who decided to sail to this island to dwell there, they became the Dúnedain, the men of the West. Oh, that is such... Is there a 5000 IQ spotting in chat? You are totally... Wow, I did not notice that. Wow, that is... I mean, we could be totally wrong here. But look at this red burning thing here. This could be a Balrog or something. But it's really hard to see. Like, see this here? This might be wings or something. Let's not go into the debate of Balrogs have wings, but this could be a Balrog. You are totally right. Wow, that's... card art costumes. Or cat art costumes. KAD art costumes. Shoutouts to you, man. This is a really good spot. Oh no, chat, I forgot to switch. Okay. We make it back. You see this red thing here in the background? This might be a wing or so. It's better when you see it in motion. So let's see it in motion again. See some... Let me just find a better spot for it. No, that is too late. Sorry, chat. Might be annoying. But you see, something is standing there and burning. And it's like a black shadow. It could be a Balrog. Hard to see. If you look here at the... I hope it's not too annoying to see this in loop. See this thing here in the background? That could be a Balrog. So I have an artwork for that illustrates the War of Wrath pretty well by Firat Solhan. Shoutouts to this artist. Recently gave me permission to use his artwork, and he has a fantastic artwork of the War of Wrath. I used it several times by now. You probably have seen it in other things here, but yeah. So this is basically the scene we could see here. That is depicted here. And in this, I mean, you could write, it could also be like a dragon or something too, but that would mean First Age War of Wrath. This could be like a glimpse at a small portion of the War of Wrath. If this is the War of Wrath, though, let's pretend this is the War of Wrath. This scene that we are seeing here. In this case, we can exclude Finrod. Finrod is dead when the War of Wrath already breaks out. Aignor died at the Battle of the Sudden Flame, the Dagor Bragolach. Same with the other brother of Galadriel, Angrod. So these brothers can't be in the War of Wrath. They are dead before. You could, of course, count the other wars to the war. No, it's not the War of Wrath. Húrin is dead. Huor is dead. Tuor could have fought in the War of Wrath. No, Tuor is also not there anymore, so it can't be Tuor. Who was alive? Elrond could have fought in the War of Wrath. Maybe Thranduil, if he lived there already. Or Thranduil's father, hard to say when Thranduil was born. Galadriel left Beleriand. She can't, and Celeborn too. They can't be in the War of Wrath either. Finarfin, that's an interesting idea. Finarfin fought in the War of Wrath. Finarfin is the father of Galadriel. And he stayed in Aman. He never came to Middle-earth. Only when the War of Wrath broke out, he led the host of the Noldor from Aman to Middle-earth. This is also the wrong map. It's a Second Age, so I have to change the map again. I don't have two versions of the map stuff here. Okay, now it works. So yeah, this dark greenish area is called Beleriand. That is where the War of Wrath took place and was sunk into the ocean as a result or after it. So it could be Finarfin. It could also be the prince of the Vanyar elves. Ingwion is, I think, his name. Let me see. Yeah, Ingwion. He has another name. Ingil or something? I don't know. It doesn't matter. Ingwion could be Ingwion. He's also blonde, but then it would need to be an elf. And an elf and Ingwion would not wear the Fëanorian star. He's from a different clan. He's a Vanyar elf. The Vanyar also fought in this war. I think, the Olwe and his elves did not fight in the war. They only brought them by ship there, so it can't be them either. So the First Age was pretty heavy on casualties, so it's kind of hard to piece together who was still alive. And who not. Did Galadriel ever battle in arms? So I can read it to you if you want. That's a good question. Only in one version there is it mentioned. Also remember the phrasing. I only need to write the word correctly. So there was a first kinslaying in Alqualonde. We mentioned it also last stream. So for people watching all my streams, they have heard the story now for the 6th time. But I think it's still, like I said, there's so many new people, I guess, coming. It might be interesting. And not everyone catches everyone. So this is the first kinslaying in Alqualonde. Alqualonde is, also the artwork is kind of wrong. Alqualonde is here. Probably, it's not on the coast, like it's hard to hit on my screen. But somewhere here, a bit north to the bay there, maybe as part of the bay. Somewhere there is Alqualonde. There lived the 3rd clan, the Teleri elves, that also went to Aman. Some stayed in Middle-earth, became the Sindar elves. The Teleri clan is pretty much split up. And the Noldor wanted these ships that you see there, these white swan ships. They should have golden beaks and black eyes, the figurine, whatever you want to call it. Doesn't matter. And they wanted the ship so they could sail back to Middle-earth, because they want to fight Morgoth, who slew their king and stole the 3 Silmarilli, 3 powerful legendary gems. And the Teleri would not give them their ships, because why would they? And the high angels that also live in Aman said, well, dear elves, maybe a bad idea. It's really probably a bad idea with going to Middle-earth and fight Morgoth. You will have tears unnumbered, and as a result, the high angels banned the Noldor who went there, and so on. There was like this prophecy that the Noldor got for the tears unnumbered. They got those too, and yeah. However, they wanted the ships, and they started attacking the Teleri. A fight broke out, and they killed them and took the ships. Not all of them, but many. And this we see here depicted. And we can read in one version, because Galadriel is also a Noldor, but she did not participate in this. And it's here described as Feanor's revolt. So here in the Unfinished Tales, it says on page 232 in the history of Galadriel and Celeborn chapters, it says, in Feanor's revolt that followed the darkening of Valinor. Let me read this again. In Feanor's revolt that followed the darkening of Valinor, Galadriel had no part. Indeed, she, with Celeborn, fought heroically in defense of Alqualonde against the assault of the Noldor, and Celeborn's ship was saved from them. So, she fought heroically in defense of Alqualonde because her mother is a Teleri and her father is like a royal... Like, her mother is a royal Teleri elf and her father is a royal Noldor elf. And, yeah, but she's probably more considered due to her father being a Noldor towards the Noldor. Difficult topic. In this version, though, you notice that Celeborn is also there. And in the Lord of the Rings... Oh, boy. In the Lord of the Rings, this is also... mentioned that he is most likely a Sindar elf, and also in a publication with poems and songs of Tolkien, published by Tolkien in his lifetime, called The Road Goes Ever On. There's also something not going on, but published by this by Tolkien. It also says that Celeborn is a Sindar elf, and Sindar elves were never in Aman, so this can't be true if it is him. Also, sorry for bots in chat. It's kind of annoying. Yeah, it's questions which version they use, but you could make an argument. We also find that her mother's name was Nerwin, which means man maiden, and that she was also like very wise, but also I think it's even described as let me see if I find it. Yeah, her mother name was Nerwin, man maiden, and she grew to be tall beyond the measure even of the women of the Noldor. She was strong of body, mind, and will, a match for both the lawmasters and the athletes of the Eldar in the days of their youth. So you could consider that they maybe use this line and expand a bit on it, if that makes sense. But I would argue it's a free interpretation. Sure, it's taking maybe a bit of freedom, but you could argue it works. So don't see a big problem with that, in my opinion. Galadriel can ride a horse, she can swim, she can fight. Kind of works. And the crossing the Helcaraxe was a pretty harsh task too, and very dangerous. Oh, Spielkalb von Spartas hier. Yeah, this version here that I just wrote where she protects the Teleri is from the Unfinished Tales. In the Silmarillion, this is different. Like, Tolkien had several different versions of Galadriel over his lifetime. Ah, you came over from Fellowship of Fanstream. Hope people there were also pretty excited. Yeah, it's mentioned she is in the Unfinished Tales, exactly. In the history of Galadriel and Celeborn chapters section. Yeah, it's not in the Silmarillion. Okay, so... But this is a really interesting finding. This really could be like a Balrog or something. Maybe not, but... Just imagine we see like an army, like, because it really... You get the impression of somebody standing there and burning. And there's like a dark figure in the middle, which would kind of fit how a Balrog is described. Like, I could try to find the description in Lord of the Rings really quick. But probably won't find it that fast, to be honest. Let me see. I think I found it. It was like a great shadow, in the middle of which was a dark form, a man's shape maybe, yet greater, and a power and terror seemed to be in it and go before it. There was also like a mention of fire before. But yeah, there are multiple descriptions of this. It came to an edge. Here it is. It came to the edge of the fire, and the light faded as if a cloud had bent over it. Then, with a rush, it leaped across the fissure. The flames roared up to greet it and rest about it, and a black smoke swirled in the air. Its streaming mane kindled and blazed behind it. So, Yeah, it's maybe. Like I said, it's pretty hard to see. I also pressed, I think, the wrong button. Let me see. Could be. Oh no, I did it again and forgot to switch the scene. Awesome. But yeah, that definitely works for the Balrog. I mean, it's possible. Maybe I really like what you saw there. Thank you for your sorrow and answer to us, but no problem. I do YouTube videos for 5 years almost on Tolkien stuff, so I learned a thing or two over the time. And I really like talking about this stuff too. So as long as people enjoy my rambling here late in the night, it's really late. Do you like warrior elves or the starlight themed kind ones? Hard to say. I think I like the starlight idea more because it's so mythologically rooted in their culture, and I think it reflects their nature pretty well. Will we get to see Angband in the show? Angband is the fortress of Morgoth. The arrow is wrong here, but this here is Beleriand, the dark green section mentioned multiple times. Angband is somewhere here in the north. Hard to say. Well, it's not hard to say, but it's somewhere there. It's like there's these 3 volcanic mountains called Thangorodrim. Maybe I have a good artwork for this, where we don't see it. We only have the War of Wrath thing. Let me just see really quick if I find a good artwork in the for Angband. I know one, but it's probably hard to see there. No, I don't find a really good artwork for that. That's the best I have, I think. It's pretty awesome. It's by Pete Macri, I think, yeah. Also gave me permission to use his works. And this depicts the uncle of Galadriel, Fingolfin, challenging Morgoth, the first Dark Lord, to a duel. Can this annoying bot stop posting stuff in chat? That would be much appreciated. Let me see. Spam. Probably a bot. Are those creatures like Balrog? Which creatures do you mean? Oh, you mean in the artwork? Yes, that are Balrogs. Like originally in very early writings, Tolkien had armies of Balrogs, but they were less powerful. And then later Tolkien changed it to you have like 7, 8, 5, something between 5 and let's say less than 10. I would say 7 roundabout Balrogs, and then you have more powerful entities as a result that are just like, back in the day there was an army of Balrogs, and then later there was like a Balrog that was as powerful as an army, if that makes sense. But yeah, we could maybe see this in the show, this exact scene here, maybe of course a bit differently, but still interesting enough. Let's not go into the fanfiction area. I know there's some weird stuff out there. Not interested in that. But yeah. Yeah, that's pretty. Wait a minute. Can I? Well, we have to ban the bot then. I could maybe try to copy paste his message and then make my bot auto ban him. That would be the easiest way. I thought Morgoth sounded overly concerned for Sauron, the opening of Blind Guardian's Night for the Middle Earth album. Well, it was his most powerful servant, or was the leader of the Balrogs called Gothmog. But yeah, still, I think this Numenor. Is there anything else that we have not discussed yet? I think we had a pretty decent breakdown so far in a lot of detail. I always trusted Sauron. You can hear it with sound, you can't hear the sound then. I thought there was like something. Yeah, he looks kind of concerned. Galadriel. Might be Elrond. Who is this character? Can somebody identify him? So yeah, that is again the trailer. Anything we noticed? Did we see Sauron in the new trailer? I don't think so. Some speculate that this meteor man here might be Sauron. This guy here, but I don't know. Like, I can't make sense out of it that it looks like something totally made up. Can't find a good reference for this. Moffat Clark scene looks like a video game, yeah. I know what you mean. He's saving a guy by catching the arrow. Yeah, you are right. I didn't notice. Good A good detail. So there's a person lying here, and he has to catch the arrow. I also looked in the background, because when this arrow here hits, see this? There's like a little hit. I'm not sure what to call it. Hit explosion's probably the one, but the dust just gets up. Well, then this looks like, I don't know. Looks kind of interesting. So maybe he's like Legolas or something. It says before the ring, before the king. Like this scene here also, maybe, okay, theory. I mean, this could be an ice troll or something, but maybe it's one of the nameless things. But no, that can't be, because if this is Elrond or whoever, why should he know about the nameless things? That would be strange. Because if you, like this looks like in a cave or something. I'm not sure if there are symbols here, but it could be like Khusdul or something. So maybe this is a dwarf mine. We also see some snow or so. I don't know exactly. A new legend begins this fall. Cool. Like this scene here is also, I wanted to have a deeper look at this if we see something. Maybe this is some weird ritual, so I have to prove that he's really Durin or something. That I don't know. Because as said, Durin gets reincarnated, and all look at him, and these dwarves look really important here. There's also like a mail or a horn or something he's holding. And maybe it's part of his beard or his clothes. I'm not sure. But I'd like to see more dwarf stuff, and to see Moria or Khazad Dûm in all his glory. Similar to the walls in Orthanc. That's an interesting idea too, but... Also, oh. Do you see this here in the background? These are like masks of dwarves. And if we go back to the screenshot of Durin, the Force, let me just see if I can find it in reasonable time. I can. If we go back to this poster, on his axe here, like we see he has a red beard, and the armor is pretty similar to what we see here in the scene. And on this axe, if you can read the Kirs, it says awake sleeping stone. Because in the legend of the dwarves, Aule, the Valar or High Angel of Smithing, basically, created the dwarves before the elves awoke. Let me just see. Do I have a good picture of Aule? Yeah, we can actually have a depiction of it even by Ted Nasmith. And yeah, Aule created the dwarves, and he made them really strong and almost somewhat similar to stone. It's not like dwarves are made out of stone, but there is like a similarity. And he made those dwarves, but he could not make them sentient. And in the origin story of the dwarves, or of the world, Eru, that is God, basically planned that the elves are the firstborn. And then he basically spoke with Aule, the guy with the hammer here on the picture, and said that this is against his plan. And then Aule offered the dwarves to him and planned to destroy them. And Eru then adopted the dwarves and made them sentient. And then the dwarves begged for mercy so that Aule shall not kill them and or destroy them. And then Eru explained that he now adopted them, but they have to sleep until the else awoke, and then they could awake too and become also part of this world as sentient beings. And this is the origin story basically of the dwarves, and they also revere Aule. They call him Mahal, I think, and it's a very important figure. And so as a result, they were, you could say, once like puppets, almost like made out of stone, that would only bend to the will of Aule, and then they became sentient because Eru adopted them. And so awake sleeping stone could maybe reference this mythology. And the scene that we might see here might also reference this a little bit by, I don't know, maybe there's stone puppets, maybe there's some weird material, maybe these are the other, this is maybe the grave chamber of some of the dwarf fathers or so. And as said, Durin is a dwarf that, and not only Durin, in the Silmarillion I think it's stated that also the other dwarves reincarnate. So they come back. So at some point a dwarf is born that looks like Durin, behaves like Durin. And he gets the name Durin and is then the next version of him, so to say. And this is Durin the Fourth, and there will be a total of 7 incarnations. In Lord of the Rings we find like a family tree, and we see there Durin the 7, and then as a little comment, the last. So the 7th Durin is the last of the Durins, and he is the 4th. And in the Third Age, the 6th, I think, already lived, and the 7th is born in the 4th Age. Yeah, they also, like, I'm not sure if I have a picture of it. Dwarves also made like weird armor and helmets and stuff. Let me see if I find it. I'm not even sure if I have it. Like, there's the helm of Dorlomin. Could swear it had an artwork of it. No, I don't have it. I could swear I had an artwork of it. I don't. But yeah, Turin wore it and so on and so forth. It's really interesting. Yeah, there's definitely a possibility, but maybe they made up like some ideas of like a ritual or something that Durin has to basically make or whatever. I don't know. It's really hard to say. Hard to say. There was his scene with Durin. I don't know. We will see when the series airs. Yeah, that is a possibility too, that the star is the house of the Noldor. So the first king of the Noldor is Finwë, and maybe it is his star, but it's usually called Fëanorian stars. In the Lord of the Rings book, if you have it right next to you, I can't tell you the page though, without getting up. But there's also like a depiction of the gates of Moria that they have to open. So hard to find this. Here it is. And there you see the Fëanorian star, because Celebrimbor is related to is related to Feanor in Lord of the Rings. And in some versions he's even his grandson. Yeah, even the floor of the cave looks like Orthanc. Oh, sorry, it becomes black when I just don't have it in the foreground anymore. The image. I try to stop there. Speaking of stop there, what is this here in the background? I know, but yeah, here you see the ground. So I would still argue it's probably a dwarven mine, but you might be on to something. Orthanc is not built in the Second Age. It could be built in the Second Age, but it's probably built by the Gondorians or maybe by the Numenorians. Is there a date for Orthanc's creation? If it's created late Second Age. No. Yeah, but it's definitely close to the last, let's say, 200 years of the 100 years of the Second Age. So it's very, very late. A very late structure. Oh, let me just... But yeah, you see the ground here, like, it looks like somebody built this. Could be maybe dwarvish too, I guess. How bad is it just popped in? So far, many little details which I am kind of like, so we can just watch. I have to keep the sound off just in case the video gets claimed, so I can cut out when we watched it with sound. Wasn't talking much over it anyway. I can send you the link in case you want to see it. Should be that one. It's more intriguing than expected. Yeah, true. Not sure if you just saw my stuff or whatever. So this basically it. We have small snippets. We analyzed it. We have a few things that worry me, to be honest. Like this scene here with the fire guy and the meteor man or whatever it's called. Not a fan of that. But maybe it's not as bad as I think it is. She might be a hobbit or something. This could be Helcaraxes, so it's a flashback. Yeah, this reminds me a bit of Tomb Raider. Somebody said looks like a video game. Yes, it reminds a bit of Tomb Raider. Not gonna lie. Wait, there's an interesting detail that I didn't notice before. There's like a red line or something going on here. But I can't tell you what it is exactly. Oh, wrong direction. I wanted to check the waterfall. Do we see these characters here at the side climbing or something? No, we don't, right? Oh, I'm blind. No, we don't really see it. So, okay. There is a detail in this scene. So we discussed if this might be Helcaraxe. As said, Helcaraxe is basically an icy wasteland that was a connection between the continent in the west, Aman, and Middle Earth in the First Age. And the elves some of the elves that not went by boat had to cross it. Let me here show it to you like this. If I'm not 100% mistaken, if I remember it correctly, we see the sun here in the background. If they go with the mythology of Tolkien that sun and moon did not always exist, then this can't be... this must be at the very end of the journey over Helcaraxe, because if I remember correctly, Fingolfin and the people were going over Helcaraxe reached Middle-earth when the sun first rose. Or maybe it was the moon, I forgot, but... yeah, exactly. It didn't rise until they reached Beleriand. That is my point. So if this is still in the middle of Helcaraxe or something, which also should be... like, these look like mountains, you know what I mean? And Helcaraxe I imagine as frozen ice, like it's not a landmass, if that makes sense, below it. It's just a frozen connection between this part here and this part here, if that makes sense. So basically it leads over this. There's a passage from here to the other side to Middle-earth, from here and there. It could be a distant Laurelin, however you wouldn't see it from there. Laurelin would be here, and in Aman itself. I also have an Aman map, which I made myself at one point. It's not perfect, I guess. Maybe I should not have done it like this, to be honest, because I have this version here. Too many things I have to do in the background. Yeah, so here is these, you see these big mountains, the Pelori, I think is their names, and this mountain range basically covers a bit, and the light only comes through a small pass, which is hard to see on my drawing. It is behind Taniquetil and the other side, and in the middle of it, the city Tirion lies. I forgot, Valakirja or something it's called, or Kalakirja, Kalakirka, I think Kalakirka it's called. There's a pass and the light only comes through that. So I don't think it... Also, when they cross Helcaraxe, the trees are already destroyed, because they start crossing over to Middle-earth after the trees were destroyed. And the Silmarillion was stone. So this must be the sun. Anyway, and it also looks like in the sky, so it looks pretty much like the sun on the picture. However, if this would be the first age, the sun would not have risen, except they would have already reached Beleriand. Maybe this is like the north part of Beleriand. Lamoth is, I think, the place that is called. Yeah, the first age did, like that is a complicated topic. Like in some versions, the first age begins there. I think I also have somewhere like a time map thing. Yeah, you have a timeline. So we have the spring of Arda, which is where the two lamps existed. In the timeline. And after the destruction of the two lamps, the time of the two trees came. Then the years of the trees started, which is here. And the first age started in most versions with the creation of the... I wouldn't say in one version, or maybe two versions. It starts with the creation of the two trees. The first age, or the Elder Days, started. In some versions, they even started... with the awakening of the elves. What am I talking? The awakening of the elves starts the first age, and in one version, which Tolkien basically undid, the first age started already with the creation of the two trees. But usually the awakening of the elves, years of the trees, I think also 1050, which is like a magic number now thinking about it. the elves awoke, and that is when the Elder Days, the first age, starts, and it ends with the War of Wrath. And yeah, here starts the second age. That's when the War of Wrath is ending. The distance is not correct, else the timeline would not fit on this thing here. It's very imprecise. And here the YS, so the years of the sun, start, but they are still part of the first age. And the years of the trees, to some degree, also part of the first age. It's complicated with the first age, and you always need to explain like half an hour what exactly is first age and what not, but it's complicated. But I think, yeah, if this is Helcaraxe, we should not see the sun here. Can you see my mouse cursor? You can, in the background, like exactly this is the north of Beleriand or something. Yeah, this is like weird. Why is this person on a raft? Like in the Vanity Fair leak, it says this person here is Halbrand. We already discussed him. He seems to be a Norseman, in my opinion, and for a reason, he seems to be on this raft later with Galadriel. Maybe his ship sunk or whatever. I don't know. And yeah. Pretty strange. And they, according to some leaks, sail to Numenor again, which is also pretty strange. Not gonna lie. Because at some point, especially when Tar Miriel and Ar-Pharazôn are around, the elves didn't sail to Numenor anymore for like hundreds of years already. Like even the last faithful king Tar Palantir waited for the elves looking out to the west, but they never came to Numenor again. That is strange. Yeah, this guy here is an elf doing elven stuff. Pretty awesome. Like from the slow motion and the scene, him catching an arrow, maybe I get some Legolas vibes, but elves in Tolkien's world, one have to admit, are pretty OP. Like they are broken. In a sense of they're pretty powerful beings. What do you prefer? House of the Dragon or Ring of Power? Since I'm not into George R. Martin's stuff too much, so I have no clue around it. And I don't watch many series. As a result, I'm more looking. Well, I'm just interested in Rings of Power for now. But I also have like, as a guy who has a YouTube channel, of course I'm interested in that. That elf needs a wig. Yeah, I guess that will be like a little change here and there, that not all the elves have long hair as we had it in Peter Jackson's adaptations. I don't care too much about like the length of the hair, about the use of the characters and so on and so forth. That I know some people, for some people it's immersion breaking, and that is a legit concern. Me personally, I don't bother with this, so I don't care if they look too young or whatever. Just detail. Like Frodo was 18 when in Peter Jackson's adaptation. The actor Elijah Wood was 18 in the books. Frodo's 50. So, but they also changed that, and I really like Elijah Wood as Frodo, like really a lot. I think he did a fantastic job. And of course, if you just heard, wait, this should be Frodo, he should be 50. You have to give it a chance. Maybe it doesn't work out and it's totally bad. We don't know, but I personally have at least the attitude, at least give it a chance. Sadly, we can't see the other people here in this shot. Like, I really would love to see the other riders in this shot, but there's no way to tell who they are. Now you can't see many details here. We just see horses in all colors and so on and so forth. We see Galadriel most likely on this horse. Might be a stunt double. No, it's not called. The double. Sorry. In German, we call the German word for double is double. It's I think even spelled pretty similar, but we just pronounce it like in more in a French way. So for whatever reason, for reasons, and I always say pronounce it like that. I didn't think about it, but it's double, I think, in English. Yeah, I'm also not so. We could maybe discuss what this here is in the background. My prediction. These are the Misty Mountains, and this is the Gap of Rohan, maybe, because if you look at the map, and we love looking at maps, the Gap of Rohan is here. So you see this in the north. There's this mountain range. Oh. I did terrible things here with the space bar. And yeah, maybe if this is north, it would work. I can't see where the sun is. And we also see like snow. Yeah, it could be the Misty Mountain. We see Misty Mountains in the background, if that makes sense. And it's a massive mountain range. That's interestingly, it was created by Morgoth, the first Dark Lord, to basically stop the advance of Orome, the High Angel of Hunting, also revered by the Norsemen, especially the Eotheod. I think they call him Bema. I think this is also her dagger. But yeah, it's hard to say. I assume there are some flashbacks and time skips and whatnot. Okay, I have an idea how to identify this person. No, we don't see it. No, will be probably hard. Is this Elrond, chat? I'm really bad at recognizing faces, especially if I haven't seen the face that much. Could this be Elrond? Like, the color of the clothes would fit. Belt also would fit. Maybe. This shoulder thing here that we see, for example, here in the... What is it? Previous screenshot? This thing here? But he has no mail armor here. But I don't know what these shoulder things here are. That seems unusual, but... You know, there's a screenshot. Wait, I have an idea, chat. Let's just check the poster screenshot. There we have a better shot of him, maybe. Yeah, I think First Age stuff will be mostly flashbacks, because they... According to the Vanity Fair article, not article, but there was like a Q&A, and they said they only have rights to the appendices and Lord of the Rings, and maybe some additional rights here and there if they need them, but they just can't make everything Silmarillion work. So here's a shot of him with this weird thing, and he also has like this kind of belt. Yeah. We see the metal thing here in the other. Let me just switch back to the screenshot. I think it's Elrond. See this here, this belt, there's like a knot, and also this is going down. This is pretty similar to this knot and the belt. And maybe you here see the metal thing. Yeah, I already switched. Sorry for like I said, but it's good that you write this in chat, by the way, because sometimes I just forget to switch the scene. I see the belts. Could be him. I don't see his weird staff or so. But like I said, I'm really bad at recognizing faces. Just some persons are really good at this. Chris, people want to become a member here. Advise them. Well, I usually want to stay very humble here. I'm very thankful that people even consider the membership stuff, but I don't want to push it too hard, to be honest. But if people enjoy this channel or so, that's definitely a way of support. But also watching my videos helps liking and stuff. But yeah, does somebody agree? Is John Prescott Elrond? I haven't learned the names of the actors yet, and except for like you can ask me what the the name of the father of the first king of Rohan, I could tell you, but my brain is full with Lord of the Rings names, and there's no space for other names. No, Elrond is played by Robert Aramayo. Aramayo, however it's pronounced. Right? The question is it him? Maybe not. I'm not sure. I think the belt is similar. So they cannot make a flashback in the two trees. They can maybe. They already did. Like there's a scene about where we see the two trees of Valinor already. Let me show it to you. So this is from the first age. This person has a sword. If you zoom in a lot, you see he has a sword. Swords were not common in Aman for quite some time. So this must be, if they stick to the books, in my opinion, relatively close to the end of the years of the trees. The city in the background is on the hill Tuna, and I assume it's in Tirion. And there in the background, the light source is Laurelin that's glowing, the two trees of Valinor, till Pirion takes a break. If it would be more accurate, we would also see that the tower has like a light that's missing. And in some versions, we can read that the mountains here have diamonds in them. There's gold dust on the stairs in the city of Tirion and whatnot. I haven't read The Children of Húrin. Is it worth it? It's, of course, part in the story of the Silmarillion. So there's that. There's also, like you mean, I assume, the collection. And yeah, that's also pretty interesting. If you're interested into the Children of Húrin stuff, definitely worth it. It's a better Oedipus. Yeah, and it's also very reminiscent of the Finnish national epos, the Kalevala, and there is the story of Kullervo in it, which is also an inspiration for it. The chin does not fit. Okay. Yeah, it might look a bit different, but the clothes are distantly similar. Maybe it could be just a very bad coincidence that some stuff works. Here in this scene, we don't see his stuff. We also don't see him wearing an armor. It's just the color kind and the cape kind of works. But he also, I don't know. We will find out when the series airs. What do I know about which actor this might be? Don't want to be disrespectfully, but I don't know. Like this person, he looks golden. I think this might be Gil-galad. So this would be Lindon. This definitely is Elrond, though. We also see the pointy ears. And I think we have dwarves in the background, but I could be totally wrong. Yeah, you know why I think these are dwarves? It seems like this person here has a beard. That's very unusual for elves. There are only 2 elves, to my knowledge, in existence that have a beard. That's Círdan, the shipwright, and the father of the wife of Fëanor. The father is called Machtan, the wife is Nerdanel. He's also mentioned having a beard, and more I don't know. Yeah, maybe she gets caught. That's an interesting point. But if you look, this is on the sea or something. You know what I mean? Like it looks like they are still in the ocean in this scene. And the arm is pretty naked, so it might be. Where's the ocean man? Ocean person. Before the king. I assume this is a reference to Aragorn, like, because on the Return of the King, before the Fellowship, yeah. Might be before the 2 towers. Oh, there was, by the way, the scene I was looking for. Like, see, his arm is also pretty naked. I assume he is on this raft, and in the water he finds, for whatever reason, Galadriel or something, and then, I mean, he dares to touch her hair. And then he reveals that she is an elf or something. That is my theory here, how these scenes are connected. I assume it's that the arm here looks pretty reminiscent of this arm. See? Kind of. Who's that screaming lady at 45 seconds? We just go there. Yeah, she is played by Sophia Nomviti, I think is the actress name, and she is Disa, a dwarven princess. I assume the wife of Durin, which we saw a moment ago. This is Prince Durin, so he must have a father who is still king, and he's just prince at this time yet of Moria, of Khazad Dûm. And I assume since she's considered a princess, she might be his wife or his future wife or whatever. I don't know how the dwarven thing usually. Yeah, it's complicated with the dwarves. Dwarves don't have many. Well, there was a poster screenshot of her too, in a more formal dress. Well, the dress is pretty similar, to be honest, I think. But the hair is a bit different. This was the poster screenshot of her. And Disa means goddess or something like this. And there was also a Vanity Fair screenshot in the article. Exclamation mark link. If Mr. Bot is still awake. Should still be the Vanity Fair article linked in case you want to check it yourself. Yeah, there it is. Takes a moment till the bot gets active here. Time to first screenshot reveals. Yes. This is her. Just with a different hairstyle, it seems. I don't know how they what's going on exactly, but you have to consider that we know very, very little about dwarven culture in Lord of the Rings. Like, very little. There should be a join button next to my subscribe button. If not, then, I don't know, something is buggy or got shadow banned or something like that. But in theory, there should be a join button. But don't worry too much. If it's not working, then I don't know. Maybe it when you see it appear at some point in your life, maybe think about that. But in theory, there should be like a join button somewhere. Even here there should be like a chat symbol with a dollar symbol here below it. I'm not sure on which platform you're using. A dwarf. The show will be out of. I really like that they show dwarves. Yeah, that is an interestingly a good point. Like in this picture, if you zoom in quite a lot, we could try doing this here on screen. But as said, it's very difficult for me to zoom in here in OBS. Like, at least to the extent we would need it. But if you look very close in this scene, she has like a very slight beard. Let me see if I can get the arrow working. Like here. It's hard to see here, but it seems here she has a very slight beard, which is, I guess, somewhat missing in the other scene. Let me see. Can we see beards? No, the hand is perfectly at this place where it needs to be. I'm also a bit sad that they did not went with the dwarven females look exactly like in the books. The dwarven females have beards, and not dwarves can't differentiate between males and females because they are so similar in looks and even voice. So it seems yeah. It's like a very unusual concept, I guess. Yeah, it might. Guy makes a good point. It might work better in writing than it works on screen, but I don't know. Exactly. Gimli explains it in Lord of the Rings, and there's also like an exact reference in War of the Jewels. Interestingly, maybe they shave their beards. That's an interesting idea, but there's like a very explicit mention that this might not be the case because let me see. Dwarves have, like, from the beginning, even when they get born, they already have a beard. Let me read it. Yeah. Indeed, this strangeness they have that no man nor elf has ever seen a beardless dwarf, unless he were shaven in mockery, and would then be more like to die of shame than of many other hurts that would to us would seem more deadly. For the Naugrim have beards from the beginning of their lives, male and female alike, nor indeed can their womankind be discerned by those of other race, be it in feature or in, I'm not sure how it's pronounced, I think gait, or in voice, nor in any wise save this, that they go not to war and seldom save at direst need issue from their deep bowers and halls. It is said also that their womankind are few, and that save their kings and chieftains few dwarfs ever wed, wherefore the race multiplied slowly and now is dwindling. That is from the War of the Jewels, History of Middle-earth book. There's a text called Of the Naugrim and the Edain concerning dwarfs, and this is like section 5. Yeah, in the film, it's also referenced, but you also find this in the book that Gimli explains this. Amazon ain't ready for the female facial hair. Yeah, probably that might be a reason too. Are we ready for that? That's also an interesting question. Yeah, like I said, except for this section here with like the meteor man. I assume this is like a meteor and this is like some super powerful entity, because if we look at this scene here in slow motion, if you look at the rocks are flying up or rotating around the center. It's not like it's an explosion or something. Like, there's some supernatural stuff going on, and as a result, this entity here must be very powerful. The question is, who is that? Because there aren't that many unknown, very powerful entities in the Second Age. Now, it could be Sauron, for whatever reason. It could be... Like, it would be weird if it would be Sauron. You know why it can't be Sauron, just from a book perspective? Because if this is a hobbit, then Sauron should know about the hobbits. But I think Sauron does not know about hobbits' existence. So there are some indicators in the books for that. That's why he has to search for the Shire for so long and so forth. Oh, that is true. I can play back at slower speeds if I want. That's a good point. So now at a fourth of the speed. And now we look at the rocks. See? The rocks are rotating. They're not falling down. So it's not like a splash explosion and rocks are flying around. They are rotating around them in an unnatural way. The Hobbit already exists, yes. So every time I do this, let me do this maybe like this. In the prologue of the Lord of the Rings, in Fellowship of the Rings, the first book. Let me see. Prologue concerning hobbits. And there, if you search for the word elder, it says, the beginning of hobbits lies far back in the elder days that are now lost and forgotten. So this prologue clearly states that the hobbits were around already since the elder days. You could ask whoever wrote this prologue, how does he know? But it's written by Tolkien. Why would he state it otherwise? I guess he could play with sources or so. Maybe it's written by a hobbit. But in my opinion, it's then safe to assume, or you can't, you maybe can argue against that, but it's definitely in the books that they existed, and the elder days are basically is the first age. It's just another word for it. No, I don't think the hobbits are from the meteor. It's just this man here. He is from the meteor, and the hobbits just check, hey, there's a meteor. We are, for whatever reason, checking it out, and then he comes out of the meteor and grabs this hobbit here. That is my interpretation of the scene, though. Here we see it again, and I think this person looks bigger than this person. You know what I mean? Like, from the proportions, he looks like normal size, and he looks like a hobbit. But maybe it's just me. And here at the end, we see again a hobbit holding his hand. And this is, according to other leaks, Meteor Man. I vote Sauron for Meteor Man. I mean, Sauron would be an entity powerful enough, but why would Sauron come to Middle-earth in like a meteor? That makes no sense to me. Also, this scene might be the reason why there is an intimacy coordinator. I guess, yeah, if it's Sauron, you could argue he's maybe taller than a normal person. That's true, too. Yeah, we also speculated at the beginning of the stream that the Meteor Man might be one of the Wizards. However, in the Second Age, only in a text published in Peoples of Middle-earth, I think it's also a text about Lord Findle, that's mentioned that the blue wizards, 2 of the 5 wizards, already came in the Second Age around 1200, 1600 to Middle-earth. It's only in this text. In all the other texts, the blue wizards came to Middle-earth Third Age, so not in the Second Age. That is, in my opinion, unlikely that we will see wizards. Some speculate it's maybe like an early version of Gandalf or so, and they just changed the lore a bit. Hard to say. My biggest fear is because, like, why would you portray a meteor? Usually a meteor means something comes from outside the world that was not on the world before into the world. And Sauron is not a being, in the Second Age at least, from outside the world. Sauron is a being from that it once came there, but is living and bound to Middle-earth for a very long time already. He does not come into a meteor. Makes no sense in my opinion. The only person that currently, or only character I can think of that's currently outside of the world, and maybe wants to come back, is Melkor himself. Or Morgoth, as he is then later called. And I feel like that this is, I don't know, Morgoth coming back? I have no idea who this might be, what the idea of this is. Maybe it's Tom Bombadil and he just had a space travel journey or whatever, but no idea who this might be. Okay, I have developed a theory. Yeah, Oliver M. has a theory I just also thought about. Sauron also posed as Anatar, so as a wizard basically, as an ambassador from the West continent to help the elves. And maybe that is what he's doing here. He just pretends he came from outside and goes in this fair disguise. The question is, does he really look fair in this disguise? Probably not. Because the other wizards, in my opinion, sail over from Aman by ship. And not coming by meteor, if that makes sense. And when Gandalf appears in Mithlond, he gets a ring from Círdan. And why should he potentially that is when they arrive there. What happened with Sauron at the end of the First Age? So at the end of the First Age, Sauron surrendered basically. So Morgoth was defeated, captured, and thrown through the doors of night into the void. The doors of night is basically where sun and moon vanish at evening. Like in this mythology, there's like a gigantic gate. The gates of morning in the east, the doors of night in the west. And there they go through this door and then vanish from the world for a time and then come back into the world through the doors, through the gates of morning at the other day. There's an awesome illustration of this by, I think it's by John Howe. I think it's how his name is pronounced. Maybe it's Ho. No, not Ho. It's probably wrong. Yeah, illustrator. I don't have rights for it. I could maybe show you the book. Let me see. That's the illustration. It's pretty awesome. Would love to use it in my videos. Books here. It's probably a bit hard to see. But here you see it. This is basically like a gate in the sky. We see this ship. It's a Book of Lost Tale Part 2, I think. Yeah, Part 2. And yeah, there's this gate and of night, and here the sun basically goes, and beyond it lies the void. And Morgoth was also kicked out of this door, and basically is now trapped in the void. and he can't return. However, Sauron pretended to basically surrender, and the High Angel, or yeah, not the High Angel, the leader of the Maya, the lower ranked angels, and Herald of Manwë, the king of all all angels in the world, like the highest angel, basically. You could compare it to Zeus, basically. And his herald, Eonwë is his name, came to Sauron and said, "Okay, go back to Aman and receive your judgment." And Sauron did say, "Okay, I do this," and he didn't. He then just ran for his life, or you could say, and was hiding from that point on. And then after 1,000 years, he started to become active again, roundabout, and he took Mordor as his dwelling place and started to build Barad-dûr. And then he posed as an ambassador of the West and tried to corrupt the elves, and it's basically what happened to Sauron. So what he did was he should return to Aman to receive his judgment and punishment for rebellion against the Valar and destroying and killing and so on, all the bad things he did. And he then just went into hiding. Maybe you could argue he hid outside the world, so he could not be found or anything, but I don't know. That feels a bit over the top even for Sauron. That's why I'm not the hugest fan of that. So yeah, this is the person we see here. This is supposed to be Meteor Man. Meteor Man. Can't even talk normally anymore. Morgoth dropped Grond. Yeah, it's possible. Not sure what happened with Grond. I know they used his crown and forged basically handcuffs out of that and chained him to his feet or something. Or maybe that was during the first. No, I think that was also during his second capture after the War of Wrath. No, so if Sauron would have been judged, he would probably not been able to flee from Melkor. Sauron is just a Maiar, and the Valar are still more powerful than him, I would say. Yeah, that would be interesting to see First Age Sauron. Yeah, you are right. It's the best candidate for such an appearance. I hope, you can maybe make it work with Sauron. I hope they don't do something with Morgoth or so. And from the good entities, it would be strange if it's a wizard, because they would come by boat, I think. And, I don't know. Entities beyond that, there's maybe Tom Bombadil or so, but he was in the world from the beginning. That is basically his trait. He's the oldest, and he was even in the world before the first Valar came into the world. It is indicated in one statement, so that would make him a collar for his neck. Oh yeah, not handcuffs. It was a collar for his neck, but I think his hands were bound to it or something like this. Yeah, it's possible that it's not Meteor Man though, but the leak so far indicated that this guy's Meteor Man is oh, you can't see it on the screen. That was too far. This guy here and is this dude here. They're was like the rumor of if it's maybe it's not true. Hard to tell. We see though. We heard that the hobbits have a connection to Meteor Man, and this here is clearly this person here. So I don't know. Hard to say. What makes me believe? Just a rumor I heard recently by Fellowship of Fans that this guy here is Meteor Man. And so this dude here looks pretty much like Meteor Man. Wait, where is Meteor Man? Oh, it's so hard to find here in this. Yeah, this is pretty much looks like Meteor Man. That's why I believe it. I could be totally wrong though, don't see. But he also potentially holds a hobbit here. And here in this scene we see another also holding a hobbit. And he's pretty dirty, like coming out of a meteor or something. I don't know. This definitely makes it, in my opinion, a bit scary. There was also in the article, we discussed this when the article came out in last stream, that they plan to compress the time. Like, let me quote it. In the novels, the aforementioned things take place over thousands of years, but Payne and McKay have compressed events into a single point in time. It is their biggest deviation from the text, and they know it's a big swing. And yeah, that's my opinion, a bit scary, to be honest. I can understand it because they discuss it's a problem because you then have in every season like new characters because the humans are just constantly dying. You need to recast them and create more characters, more characters into this, while the elves just are always there. And there are big time gaps in the second age too. So I can understand their approach there, but you can also screw up a lot with it. Exactly. You can easily get to a point where it makes no sense or doesn't seem plausible anymore. It doesn't seem Tolkien. That's the biggest. But they had to do something, I guess. I hope they would just focus on smaller events in time that and then cover it in one season. And then let's say the War of Elves and Sauron, like, is season 1, and then the second season is, I don't know, the shift of faithful to Kingsmen in Numenor or whatever, and then season 3 is, I don't know, more Numenor and the downfall of it or something, and so on and so forth. So whatever events you want to cover from the first age, from the second age. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I can understand it to some degree, though. Is there some kind of butterfly? Like there's a black object. Or it's a bird in the background. You see this black thing here? It could be dirt. It's not a butterfly, it's dirt. Yeah, it's dirt, not a butterfly. Okay, got it. From riding the horse. Yeah, I don't know how exactly this will look. There's one thing I haven't looked into yet. Let me just press escape, and we haven't checked the text here. So careful, white flash of light. About The Lord of the Rings of Power. Amazon Studios' forthcoming series brings on to screens for the very first time the heroic legends of the fabled Second Age of Middle-earth's history. The epic drama is set thousands of years before the events of John Ronald Reuel Tolkien's The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, and will take viewers back to an back to an era. I always say this word wrong, right? Era? I think it's era. back to an era in which great powers were forged. Kingdoms rose to glory and fell to ruin. Unlikely heroes were tested. Hope hung by the finest of threads. And the greatest villain that ever flowed from Tolkien's pen threatened to cover all the world in darkness. That must be Sauron. Beginning in a time of relative peace, the series follows and assembles... what? Oh no. The series follows an ensemble cast of characters, both familiar and new, as they confront the long-feared re-emerge evil to Middle-earth. From the darkest depths of the Misty Mountains to the majestic forests of the elf capital of Lindon, to the breathtaking island kingdom of Numenor, to the furthest reaches of the map, these kingdoms and characters will carve out legacies that live on long after they are gone. Sorry for reading this somewhat terribly, and always when I start reading, the chat bot comes and I'm not looking. What an annoying bot, but pretty impressive timing, to be honest. Yeah, the Second Age has no hobbits mentioned, but of course, also should move back. It has no hobbits mentioned, but they existed already. As I already read the prologue a few times. Yeah, I can see that some people don't like the idea. Also, I'm not a huge fan of including hobbits, to be honest, because the hobbits existed, but there are no records about them, so they can't have done anything really important, if that makes sense. The only thing the hobbits could have done is very small hobbit stories inside their own cosmos, if that makes sense. And that's also what the what's in the Vanity Fair article. I can again link it in chat. In this article, it basically says they live in secrecy and try to avoid being seen or something, and they maybe do their own little or live their own little story. Yeah, we already I agree with you. The young Elrond looks a bit like he is with dwarves in the background, because this person here I think has a beard. They're also drinking or something, like toasting. But if you look closely, the persons look like having beards, and elves don't have beards. Could be men too, but they look kind of smaller, so I would say it's dwarves. Maybe this is here where Elrond learns the dwarf runes or whatever. Yeah, let me just read from the article. McKay and Payne have constructed a pastoral half-foot society that thrives on secrecy and evading detection, so that they can play out a kind of Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead story in the margins of the bigger quests. So that sounds like a story that is very confined in of its own and outside of the others. But why they have to include hobbits in the first place, I don't really get. I mean, I would agree, like, let's imagine they would just make a reference, like, somewhere in the background you see a little hobbit or something in his hiding place, and the heroes just move on and never notice. Something like this. I would say, okay, nice little nod, we know hobbits must be there, but it's okay. Holding a dwarf axe. Could be I was also curious what he's holding there, but this definitely looks like a dwarf made it, so I would also agree with you that it has to do with dwarves. I think most of the stuff didn't look too bad. The only bad thing, in my opinion, is Meteor Man. Like, I'm not convinced that this is a good idea to include. I can live with the hobbits if they do it well or implement it well into their series or show, whatever. It could work. I'm also a bit worried about the time compression and adding like unnecessary stuff that makes no sense. Like, I don't know, still costumes and so on. So far, like I know some people did like the costumes, but for the most part, I have no problem with those. Curious what the story of these two dudes is. Is that the stone smashes the meteor? It's an interesting. Wait. I mean, this stone here. That's a good idea. If this could be the stone, I sadly don't know where the other scene is. No, it must be. I have to watch the trailer again. I forgot which second. Do you know which second the stone is? Before the king. Come on, where is the stone? Not the flying one. Is this late in the thing? There it is, okay. It was after it, I forgot. It's an interesting idea though, that yeah, maybe this is a stone. You can't sadly see the end of this axe though. Well, this pickaxe. Maybe this stone, just an idea, is part of the meteor or something. I don't know. Maybe it's Mithril, because, I don't know, Moria was known to mine Mithril. Was the elf Gil-galad? Yeah, I think the elf was Gil-galad. There was like a rumor. Where is he though? Here he is. I think this is Gil-galad, yeah. It's kind of strange because he's High King of the Noldor elves. And he has Kirs on his clothes. Like on the sleeve there's Elbereth written. Hair color is, I think, fitting. Forgot again. Oh, it is silver hair. I don't know. But it's weird that a Noldor would use Kirs on his clothes. No, Gil-galad's hair is silver. Okay. The reason why we probably don't know that the hair is silver, let me just... The source for silver hair is from the new book, from Nature of Middle-earth, which I also have here. Let me see if I can find it really quick, chat. I can read it to you. I think there is like a description... Okay, here it is. As in the name Gil-galad, Star of Radiance, given to Finwë, last High King of the Eldar, because of the radiance of his silver hair, armor and shield. It is said, could even the moonlight be seen from many leagues afar. But yeah, this is pretty new information that just came out last year in September. And maybe they don't even have rights for it. Yeah, Finwine is also another name for Gil-galad, just in case people wonder, I think. But yeah, this clearly states it's in the section hair that it's mentioned. It's a very short little text. It's though very late text to this text is most likely from 1969, so very late stuff. Was unpublished, I think, to this point, so you can't blame them that they imagine Gil-galad with black hair. It's really hard to make any sense out of Meteor Men. Yeah, it's true. Sauron can take different forms too. At least at some point he couldn't take fair forms after the fall of Numenor, but that's another story. What I liked though so far, except I'm not sure this being here is potentially out of the computer, so it looks a bit strange to be honest. But so far it really seems like a lot of practical stuff is done. Like of course there are some exceptions, like the here at the beginning, Galadriel climbing up. This you definitely see that the dagger is a bit CGI in this scene. Like if you look at the dagger in this scene, you see it doesn't move and it doesn't even flinch. Like it doesn't look real as a result. Like it's completely straight and doesn't move. That makes this picture look a bit uncanny. And in this context with the armor, and so it looks a bit fake as a result. But so far, still, it seems like a lot of stuff going on is like this here. The water and stuff, and the raft looks pretty awesome. Like practical effects and stuff. I like that. If the costumes then in the end work out, probably personal preference. Who was that woman? Galadriel? Climbing? Yeah, that was Galadriel. The climbing woman is Galadriel. We see the stars of Feanor and the dagger here. That was also in one of the screenshots. I can try to bring it back. Like there was the posters released and the armor looks pretty similar. Basically, yeah, we know that the person who wears this armor must be Galadriel, and from this poster we know she has the dagger, and this is definitely Morvid Clark. A magic CGI dagger, exactly. But I mean, still is serious and so on and so forth. And especially this shot here at the beginning. This shot I really liked, I have to admit. Like, pretty cool. This shot looks like Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings. Like, this shot must be somewhere in Peter Jackson's films. It looks so familiar. You know what I mean? We talked at the beginning. I couldn't find the scene, but I really like this shot for whatever reason. It's just very minor detail, but I don't know. It looks like I've seen this somewhere. It looks it looks different, but also kind of familiar. You know what I mean? So that's pretty cool. In full armor, ice climbing, yeah. Probably. I don't know exactly what is going on there. We will find it out. Sadly, there's very little dialogue in this. Like I said, creepy Uncle Feanor. So yeah, I don't know. There's only this dialogue at the beginning, and that doesn't offer too much. Have we seen Celebrimbor at all? People assume only from the poster. We haven't seen him. It's not confirmed. That this person here is Celebrimbor. There's some stuff that speaks for it, some that speaks against it. On the scroll, if you read it, it reads a king's square view from south, and then on the side you can read Eregion written on it. Pretty sure it's Eregion. It was hard to decipher, but I definitely looked at the Tengwar letters myself and tried to understand the translations that you find online too, and can confirm them. Not a fan of the catch an arrow shoot back scene too much like Marvel. Yeah, I get some Legolas vibes here because he also did some pretty over the top stuff here. But yeah, of course. Elves are pretty overpowered, OP. I know that Galadriel didn't like her uncle. That I'm pretty sure of. I'm very sure of that. Like 100% sure that she hates him. But yeah, maybe I can make the picture bigger so you can see it better. But here on the scroll, if you really zoom in quite a lot, you can see a Tengwar. And it's actually written in English. It's not like you need to translate it. You just need to be able to read the letters. And then there you see like the Tengwar, which is a phonetic writing system. So it tells you what sounds you have to basically make with each letter. And it says, yeah, King's Square view from south. And let me see, where is it? It's really hard to see for you, I assume, but this down here, I think, reads Eregion. It's really hard to see. I needed to go into Photoshop and manipulate and increase like the sharpness of the picture and so on and so forth, and some contrast settings to really make it somewhat readable. And zoom in quite a lot, like much more than I did here. But it's kind of impressive that they gave us a picture on this resolution scale so we could find out. I really liked it. I really enjoyed the trying to read what is written on walls and scrolls and so on in this marketing campaign so far. Because I like the Tolkien language stuff, and stuff is pretty advanced that they use. But are there any questions, comments on stuff that are interesting, or I don't know, some details that somebody might have noticed? I think we covered quite a lot in this stream, and I'm not sure how long I'm streaming, for 3 hours or 4 hours again. Oh no, it explains why it's so late already. Yeah, of course. They will change stuff from the books. I could be totally wrong here. You are totally right in that regard. But so far, I know the books pretty well, so that's all I can rely on if I want to analyze what we see. And I know there will be changes, though. There always were changes in adaptations. I don't know a single Tolkien adaptation on film that is like one by one without some weird changes here and there. Yeah, that's true. It's kind of unusual that I would have thought that Galadriel would be more an advisor, more like on the diplomatic way, if that makes sense, and figuring things out and talking to people, less doing warrior things. But since there will be a very weird time compression going on in this world, there will be, yeah, they thought this might be needed. The cave sure looks like Pan's Labyrinth. Yeah, interesting. Kind of. Okay. Oh, you probably wrote this multiple times. Sorry if I overlooked your message. It is indicated in Lord of the Rings, in the Shadow of the Past, that Sauron met hobbits before. Okay, let me maybe look into this. I mean, do you have like a small section of the quote so it's easier to find what you mean, Spielkalb, in case you're able to post it? Who is the elf in the battlefield? You mean with the arrows? Oh, you can't see it when I have this. Sorry for that. Arrows. You mean this here? If you consider this a battlefield, I guess, then this elf would be a new character that is not not created by Tolkien, and his name is, oh, I forgot it, Arondir or something like this. Yeah, Arondir. The fairest, grandest city? Which city do you mean? Just a few. You have like a a word that sticks out that may be unusual in this? Sometimes Tolkien uses pretty fancy words. Few paragraphs before it. You mean, I think I found what you mean. As far as I know, there is no power in the world that knows all about hobbits. Among the wise, I'm the only one who goes in for hobbit lore, an obscure branch of knowledge, but full of surprises. Wait. There's only one power in this world that knows all about the rings and their effects. And as far I know, there is no power in the world. Is this what you mean? Or do you mean the person at the end? Is there any rock that the dwarves would gather? We speculated. Maybe it's some kind of test for him to prove that he's Durin. That he's a reincarnation of Durin. The battle scene. You mean this here at the end? There's also the rock. So, I don't know. Maybe it's Mithril, some kind of test. Maybe it's a rock from the meteor or something like that. I don't know. Oh, that's already the end. How do I manage to always skip the scenes that I'm looking for? Here it is. So, in my opinion, this is not an elf. This is a man. Could be Tuor or something. I don't know. Probably first age stuff. Ah, okay. You posted the thing. Existence of hobbits. That should help. Just have to find it. Lessons photo. Rest not to mention. The ridiculous Baggins became enslaved. What? Oh, you can't. The problem is always when the window here goes into background, you don't see it. It gets black. So we have to do it like this. Sorry. Just read this section here really quick. Race girdles. Frodo shuddered, but why should we? And which one such slaves? Tell you the truth, replied Jon. I believe that mark you as entirely overlooked the existence of hobbits. You should be thankful, but your safety past, he does not need you. He has many more useful servants, but he won't forget you again. And hobbits as miserable slaves would please far more than hobbits, happy and free. Yeah, the only thing he knows about hobbits, I think, is like because he finds what's he called, Gollum, and he tortures him and gets information from him, like Shire and Baggins, and maybe some information on what hobbits are or so. But I think to this point, before finding Gollum in the year 3rd Age 3000 or 3008, 900 something, I forgot the exact date, he probably does not really know about hobbits. You know what I mean? He at some point knows about hobbits, but not in the 2nd Age. That was more related to this, but maybe I'm overlooking here something. Oh, you mean he won't forgot you again? Yeah, that's okay. That's a fair point. Yeah, that could be like a very interesting indicator that he might have known at one point and forgot about it and won't forget about it again. The only way he could have known and forgotten about, still the question is when he learns about them, I guess. Because, for example, the like there was in The Hobbit we find the mention of a king of the orcs attacking the hobbits, and that is how Golf was invented. Golfimbul was the name of the orc king, and he was slain by Bull Rora Took. I heard this is Finrod. Yeah, that like I said, I'm not 100% sure he is Finrod because I think he's not an elf. Like if we zoom in quite a lot, I think his ears are round and not pointy. So this is a man and not an elf, even though he wears elven armor. If he wears a man elven armor, is an indicator. Wearing elven armor is an indicator for the 1st Age, though. Like you see this here. This is like an elven symbol, like the Fëanorian star or something. So I don't think he's an elf. And also in the background, this might be there might be a Balrog. You see this thing here? If we put it on ultra slow mo on 25%, let's go. There's some weird flame thing going on there in the background. It might have wings or something like this. So this entity there in the background could be a Balrog. Then this, maybe I'm wrong though. I'm not sure. It's really hard to see. If it's a Balrog though, this is like a 1st Age scene, and these might be men fighting for elf lords, which happened in the 1st Age, and so on and so forth. So I don't think he's an elf because no pointy ears. Yeah, exactly. Compared to the other elven ears, let's maybe have like a look at Galadriel's ears. Like, look at those. They are relatively pointy. Where do we have Elrond? Here we don't see the ears really well. Yeah, Elrond appears later, right? Here after this scene. See how pointy this ear is? Like that is no comparison to this here. This looks pretty normal. Yeah, the old debate if they are winged. I like the interpretation, like of this artist here, who makes them also like more shadowy. Like they don't look like they can fly with them, but they have like a shadow, like two vast rings, as it's described in the Lord of the Rings for Durin, Spain. Yeah, but still, in my opinion, the image is relatively sharp. Sadly, he's the only person not wearing a helmet. I did a terrible mistake. Like, this is a relatively sharp image. In my opinion, you should be able to see him wearing should see more pointy ears. I don't see the pointy ears, to be honest. Yeah, exactly. Shadows like wings. That doesn't mean they have wings, but maybe they could generate something that looks like wings but doesn't work like wings. It is difficult how this is. Many artists have gave them rings, some artists have not. That's a long debate. I agree, Balrogs have no wings, and if they have, they can't fly with those. Exactly. A presumably winged creature would not fall down a hole. I think it's just like some shadow thing to make them look more big or something. Yeah, I think Peter Jackson gave Balrogs, his Balrogs, or his Balrog, it was only one, wings, and maybe they stick with it too. It's a good point. Yeah, it's true. A tree on the shield could both be Elvish or Numenorean, but the symbol here at the helmet, let me see. Here, this looks like a Fëanorian star, and this here, it's hard to see here from this scene here, but this also looks like a Fëanorian star, so I would argue it might be men fighting for elf lords, and this happened in the First Age. Oh, I forgot to switch the scene. Yeah, so this symbol here, now I have to show it again. Sorry, chat. So yeah, this symbol here on the helmet, it's so hard to... This here looks like a Fëanorian stand here on the breast plate thing. Is also looks like a... Could be a Fëanorian star or something. Could be an elvish symbol too. Maybe they are Numenoreans, also possible. I would not exclude this, but it could also be a First Age scene. The Balrog indicates, if it is a Balrog, that it might be a First Age scene. If it's Numenoreans, they did not fight that often against orcs, I think. Like, these seem to be orcs here. And the only... Like later in the war, maybe... Like in the War of Elves and Sauron, this would be a possibility, but who knows? Yeah, I don't believe exactly that Numenoreans would bear elven heraldry. Yes, but this ear still is, in my opinion, angled. Let me... I don't know. Let's use the power of Photoshop. The problem is, I think they don't have a 4K version of this video, so it's the highest quality I have. 4K would probably help with it a little bit. So I just make a screenshot of the scene here. Let me just try to get a better scene though. I think this is the best we have. Where is my screenshot thing? There it is. Monitor. This one here. So let me try to clean this up a bit. We do this, we do this, we do this. We make it a bit sharper than it needs to be. Add a bit of sharpening. A bit of radius detail we want to hold. And a bit of noise reduction. Yeah, don't want to reduce noise too much. Something like this. Okay. So, how do I do this though? Main monitor, right? So good old Photoshop. Oh, you can't see it. My monitor resolution is too high. That should work. So if we zoom in, I would say though, the ear has this thing here. It has not this thing here, you know what I mean? It's maybe an over exaggeration, but you know, it doesn't look like that. If you know what I mean. So in my opinion, that is not a pointy ear, even from this perspective. You could maybe argue, yeah, maybe because it's from the front, and this little thing here could be considered a pointy ear, but I don't know. For me, it could be still a normal ear. Like I said, I could be wrong, but oh, really getting into the weeds, yeah, probably. Yeah, the Battle of the Last Alliance is at the end of the Second Age. Basically, one of there are several battles and a 7-year-long siege, and after the siege, the last battle, the Second Age ends. Yeah, according to the what's it called, the History of Middle Earth book, Peoples of Middle Earth. There, it is the last History of Middle Earth book. There's a mention that the Blue Wizards appear in the Second Age, but it's hard to say if they have the rights for this little information. And as said, the Blue Wizards are also not really fleshed out characters and have multiple versions and so on and so forth. I vote Finrod, the armor style can't lie. As said, in the Finrod and also some other Noldor lords had men fighting for them. They had, like, Beor translates to the word, how's it pronounced in English? I have to look it up. Vassal, I think it's pronounced. So, he was a vassal of Finrod, for example, and in war they fought. It is possible that this is Finrod. Don't get me wrong, but as said, at least in this angle, I think the ears don't look pointy enough. And especially in this here, the ears look pretty normal in this scene here. Maybe there are some scenes where they look more pointy than in others. It's wiggling a bit. I would like if they would have uploaded a 4K version of this, to be honest. Let me see something. Maybe is there a 4K version? Does somebody know? I could also like this here. That would potentially help the most if we just had a higher resolution of this video. Let me just check this really quick. If this is the trailer, it would be awesome if it would be. Okay, maybe we can uncover the problem. Just takes forever to load. I hope it's not stupidly upscaled or something. That's my biggest fear here. No, it's upscaled. I think somebody upscaled the trailer. It's not the native 4K one. And in this picture, it looks like normal ears, but it's upscaled. Sadly, it's not a native 4K version of the trailer. Very unfortunate. Where's OBS? Nope, that's wrong. Sorry, chat. The strangest thing here for the Elvish army is the shape of their helms and swords. Yeah, probably. That's a bit unusual, I guess. Like, the helms really don't look really elvish. But they also don't really look Numenorean. That's why I think this is a first age scene, and these might be not elves, but men fighting for elves. There might be some elves among them somewhere. We have to see it in the final trailer and so on. Is this a teaser or trailer? It's called a teaser trailer officially, so it's both. I guess it's a teaser because it's so short, and it's a trailer because it shows actual stuff. I don't know. I checked, I couldn't find a 4K version. I also quickly checked and could not find one yet. Maybe there will be one. I have an idea. No, I don't find it. Or am I lucky? Maybe I find a better quality version of this. sometimes that doesn't help me at all. No, even the press thing here has 10A. Maybe the compression is better on my ears. It is slightly better, I think, but still not. I still don't get a really good conclusion out of it, and it's also only in 1080p. Sadly, no 4K version, even the press center, which is unfortunate. Just now checking the press center. Nope, I can't see anything. Yeah, Gondolin was not a port city. I'm not sure who asked, but in case somebody wondered, could this maybe be Gondolin? No. Gondolin was in the mountains. I can show you. This is the first age map I have. Shoutouts to Kirdan, my mod. And Gondolin is round about... Oh, it's so hard to see here. It's really small for me. Round about here. In the middle of the land, in the mountains. Where we can show you an artwork of Gondolin that probably elaborates on this a bit more. Ted Nesmith. This is Gondolin. So basically at a secret place on a hill in a mountain range. If that makes sense. Yeah, this is Numenor. I would agree on that. This might be Elros, a statue of the first king of Numenor. I don't know. Maybe it's Eonwe who gifted or initiated the gifting of Numenor or something. Maybe this would be there's a huge mountain in the middle of Numenor called Meneltarma. And the translation of this name suggests a big mountain because it means pillar of heaven. So sounds like it's a bigger mountain, not just like a small hill. But it's I could not find any info while just browsing a bit of how big it is. Yeah, I agree. Numenor was a statue of Elros, the first king of Numenor, Tar Miniatur, as he called him then as king. Yeah, I hope the music will be good. Yeah, the quality of the acting and so on is already pretty hard to see. I don't know. I hope for more dialogue snippets in the thing, but we only hear like maybe this Hobbit girl narrate or something. That was my impression I got. Even maybe she is no Hobbit girl, but there's that. We have horses. We have seen some practical effects. We have seen some interesting writings here and there. It's probably not perfect everywhere. Don't want to hype it up too much, but so far it looks solid. I also have no idea what this here might be. Like this is some kind of pit or so, and he jumps there and he's chained. Pretty strange. You see what? We noticed something. These are orcs, I think. Look at their faces. Like from the color or something. And from the shape, they look like not too human or something. You know what I mean? But maybe I'm wrong. Could be completely wrong here. Just my first impression. Yeah, there's a sacred site at the top, and there was like a feast one time a year or something, and then the king would go up there and basically give tribute to God, to Eru. Yeah, gladiator revolt, something like this. And only the king and so on were allowed even to enter this sacred mountain. Not to see anything, yeah, that is true. But yeah, this could be, I don't know, orcs or something here in the background. I don't know. Yeah, I'm also very interested in see more about Moria, see it in all its glory. That would be pretty awesome. In the Vanity Fair article, they called them half-foots. So for people not aware, there are three, let's call them breeds of hobbits. The Fellowhides, the half-foots, and what was the third? Always forget. Somebody knows. Half-foot Stewars, of course. The most probably well-known breed are the Stewars. And they are the half-foots, which are also mentioned in Lord of the Rings, so it's not like made up or so. Yeah, it is true. They also don't like the sun, so the shades make sense, maybe. Want to be careful here with calling people like on very little visual information orcs, but like the face looks kind of surreal. Give me this impression. Yeah, it seems also the show is aiming for like a PG-12 or PG-13 or something, so I'm not sure how much they're even allowed to show. I think that's, in my opinion, a good thing, though. Because people feared it would be like too much violence and nudity and whatnot. And this, as a result, would make this less possible, I guess. Yeah, we will all call them hobbits, that's true. For me, it looks a bit like Uncharted, and you just swing from one thing you can hold on to another. That's how this looks to me. Or maybe Tomb Raider or something. Yeah, it seems like to be just this 1 minute teaser trailer, as it's called here. Would have loved to see like a 2 minute or 1.5 minute or just more of it and some dialogue snippets, but I have to say, I was pretty worried. I still am a bit worried, but I'm definitely worried less than I was before. The good thing is also, I think I don't have to rewrite my summary video too much with this. If that makes sense. So might delay a little bit. The current summary videos, by the way, I don't know, like 40 minutes or so. It's just ridiculous. I'm just talking too much. But yeah. People voted for a summary video. I'm still working on it. Hope I can finish it in the next few days or so. Just give me some time to digest and process what we just saw here. What are those stars on her arms? I assume these are Feanorian stars, even though she would not wear those because she hates Feanor with passion. But maybe the stars of Feanor have a deeper meaning. And as a result, that is, of course, very, very unfortunate that we don't know more about those stars. Like, there's one mention of those in a painting of the door of Moria. That's where we know these stars from. And Celebrimbor is in Lord of the Rings related. In other versions, he's a grandson of Feanor, and Lord of the Rings related to Feanor. And I think they are called Feanorian stars. Maybe these are the stars of Finwë or something, of the house of Finwë. I don't know. Holy moly, what is going on today? Sometimes impressive that this late in the evening the troll armies are still out. Yeah, I would agree with Oliver. Helcarax is supposed to be more flat, and the crossing happened under starlight. Exactly, sun wasn't there yet. And we discussed this earlier in the stream, that here in this picture we see the sun in the background. And it's clearly the sun, not, like, it's too high in the sky. It can't be, what is it called? It can't be Laurelin, one of the two trees. Important lesson, don't feed the troll. Oh, boy. What is going on, people? Why do people have... Can somebody quote Theoden? I'm not sure what's going on with bots today. It's definitely fascinating. Yeah, she's hanging with the dagger with all that armor. Though one has to say that elves are insanely powerful beings, so... Would you ever want to do a stream on the music of Middle-earth? The problem with music on YouTube is always right stuff. So, copyright claims, and you don't want to deal with that. It is just a very big problem with getting stuff like this licensed. Even if you get from the artists, even if you get the even if the stuff you do is allowed by the artist, you still have maybe other rights holders that have a problem there. So it's very unfortunate. it's like yeah, that's Galadriel. Okay, I have to get some help in form of command. For real, now you ask me that. Okay, just a lot of stuff happening on my phone. Cool that I need a new permission here. That is really unfortunate. Oh, sorry for being so silent here. Hope this would have been easier. Okay, sorry for being so silent, but I just had to do like 20 commands here. Kind of annoying. Okay. I hope this works now. Have you talked about the Meteor Man? Yeah, I have talked about Meteor Man a little bit. Quite a bit. I'm a bit worried, to be honest, because you can, like, this sounds like they totally made this up, and that's always a bit scary, to be honest. Maybe the star isn't exclusive to Feanor. Yeah, I hope it's not, but it's hard to say. It could be Eärendil's star, but Galadriel is only distantly related to Eärendil, and if this is Helcaraxe, Eärendil is also born later, so long after this. So it would not fit from the timeline. It could be maybe this is like, I know why she would climb, but the land, if you look at this in the background, it also looks like Helcaraxe is more like frozen ice on the water. So it's not a land mass. This looks like massive mountains, so land. Maybe this is already Middle Earth, and to enter it, they have to climb somewhere. I don't know. Could be really early stuff. Not 100% sure if it's Helcaraxe. But it gives me an icy wasteland impression, but it would be strange if it was. It's a Balrog being born. That's an interesting idea. Maybe that's Durin's bane, and he's just, I don't know. That's how he got then. He's just then searching for a cozy place deep under Moria until they wake him up again. Yeah, maybe it's Doctor Strange from the multiverse. I like that one. Meteor Man needs an MCU spin-off. Yeah, if the Lord of the Rings and Hobbit film rights are up for sale, so if Disney snacks them, that could happen. Yeah, Anglachel and Anguriel, forged by Eol. That's true. The only meteor we know about, and it just is a meteor where metal could be extracted from that was precious. Galvorn, it was called. And he forged armor and 2 swords, maybe even more out of it. We know Anglachel and Anguriel, the twin swords. And out of Anglachel later, Gurthang, the sword of Turin, was forged. Yeah, Galadriel might... I guess it was pretty obvious that she might become like a main protagonist. What exactly happened to Beleriand when it collapsed? Beleriand, when it collapsed, was sunk into the ocean, so it doesn't exist anymore. I can probably try to illustrate this a little bit. So, can I illustrate this? Maybe. It's a bit difficult to illustrate, but so yeah, we have, maybe ignore the arrow, but Beleriand, basically the dark green section here, that's Beleriand for the most part. And in the Second Age, a new island was created and Beleriand sunk into the ocean, and then basically this happened. It just vanished down into the ocean. And only all that is, so it's really hard to show here. If I would try to do it like this, let me see if we can. Like, my moderator once created this awesome map here. So basically, if this would be the First Age map with Beleriand, in the Second Age, size is not 100% correct, but yeah, it's just reduced and it's gone. But there are 3 islands potentially left. Tol Morwen, that was the other island called Tol Himling, or Himlung, and Tol Fuin, I think is the other called, or Fuin. But it's debatable if these islands really existed and so on and so forth, like when it comes to canon. Could be reason why she found herself in a raft. Yeah, maybe. But I think she's sailing to Numenor. There was like a leak about this. Very curious if that's true. It seems like the first 2 episodes have like a lot of prologue about the First Age and so on to introduce you into the world. So that's why we might see a lot of stuff that is not necessarily Second Age and just very early stuff. Sounds pretty much how it will be. Yeah, I could imagine that Amazon will buy those rights, though. Like, there are definitely some people interested in them. There are not many companies that can afford. I'm not sure if it would be good if, for example, the Tolkien estate would buy them, but I think they don't have the buying power for that. Like, it's just too expensive. The Middle-earth Enterprises, or the, what is it called? Saul Senate's company, they want like 2 billion for the rights at least, so it seems to be out of range for the Tolkien estate. Barrow-wights were summoned by the Witch King, but probably not created by them. Most likely not created, so they could have been around before some kind of evil spirits. I don't know. Yeah, it could be even more. It's like what they hope they will get. Seeing the dwarves interact with Aula would be hilarious, yeah. Probably it would. But it's also kind of a touching story, I think. But the circumstances are indeed visualized on screen, potentially quite funny. Yeah, I think we will see Celebrimbor. Yes, Tom Bombadil could be in the series. Maybe we can read it from Elrond himself, from the chapter, the Council of Elrond, of course. And Elrond has met Tom Bombadil at some point. Elrond, let me see. In those lands I journeyed once, and many things wild and strange I knew, but I had forgotten Bombadil, if indeed this is still the same that walked the woods and hills long ago, and even then was older than the old. That was not then his name. Yarwain ben Adar we called him. Oldest and fatherless, but many another name he has since been given by other folk. Forn by the dwarfs, Orald by the Norsemen, and other names beside. He is a strange creature, but maybe I should have summoned him to our council. So, yeah, he knew him, and I like how he says, like, in those lands I journeyed once, and many things wild and strange I knew. And the elves also have a different name for him. So, yeah, he's known by the elves, and could be in the series, because he could be in the first age, he could be in pretty much in any age, I guess. Would be pretty cool to see him, to be honest. Yeah, Celebrian, according to the nature of Middle-earth book recently released in September last year, there is a note in it that Celebrian in Tolkien's note was born second age 300, if I'm not totally mistaken. That's the birth date of Celebrian. Celebrian, she's pronounced. I always say it wrong. That's the wife of Elrond, for people wondering. But they only marry in the third age. Let me see, maybe I have the date wrong, though. No, birth second age 300. That's the daughter of Galadriel, by the way. I want to see Goldberry, yeah. She could also be in the series, I guess. Okay, people. I would say it's enough for today. Stream was pretty long. It was a lot of fun, though. And I have to say I'm not disappointed. So far, except for a few things that we already talked about in the past, I liked it. A few things still worry me a bit. Like I said, I'm not a hugest fan of adding weird stuff like Meteor Man or something. That's, to me, it's like a strange addition. I don't know why that is in all of this. I want to know how these daggers got into the barrow down. So basically they were forged by the people in Cardolan, that is. We need a third age map for that. So there's Eriador, Cardolan is here, and the people of Cardolan had their graves, their mounds for the lords and kings somewhere here, close to Bree. Let me see where Bree is. There, then the barrow down should be somewhere here. And they placed those daggers there basically as, what do you call this in German? Grabbeigabe. I don't know what's in English. Grave gifts, I don't know. Burial object or something. It's a burial gift. I don't know what the exact English word is. And so they were buried and placed there in these mounds with their weapons and so on and so forth. And then later the Witch King summoned the Barrow-wights, and the last remaining forces of Cardolan basically hid there, and and then also the plague came, and then the people of Cardolan were basically completely destroyed, and still the mounds are haunted by those Barrow-wights, and that's how they got the daggers. That makes sense. It's not not for sacrifices, but just as like a gift to honor the dead. Ceremonial daggers. I don't know. It's just for their funeral or for laying them into these mounds. They just had certain objects they put to the Lord, or that were to the lords that were buried there. When do we see the full trailer? We saw it. I don't know, 5 hours ago. But I can link it to you in chat if you want to see it. Or you have to use the rewind function of YouTube and go back to the beginning of the stream. There we watched it here at the beginning completely. Maybe I can just run through it one last time and say thank you to the people in chat. Let me see. I can't play it with sound though, just for reasons. Copyright and stuff, but we can definitely run through it again. So yeah, I think we discussed pretty much everything in quite some detail. I hope you enjoyed this. There were a lot of people today online. Shoutouts to my mods helping me out here. I hope you enjoyed the stream. We tried to uncover a lot. I'm still surprised that so many people disagree with me on the ears of potential Finrod or not Finrod, if it's not an elf. As said, it could be Finrod, don't get me wrong. So it's not, but I think it's a human, but maybe I'm wrong. Still a bit surprised. For me, he really doesn't. The ears here, which we just saw, didn't look like human ears. Yeah, and that is the Rings of Power show. I also much appreciated the Rector Diode. Thank you for your support. Much appreciated. So you can see it is possible to get a membership here on this channel. There should be a join button. If not, then YouTube is just broken or something. And yeah, much appreciated for the support. I hope you enjoyed this little stream here. I forgot to upgrade my credits, but whatever, we just play them. Nice. TRG says, I think it's a human too. Finally, somebody agrees. Yeah, I hope that the interest grows too in Tolkien, and like I said, I also came to Tolkien's books by seeing the movies 2 decades ago, the Peter Jackson films, for Frodo exactly. And it's pretty awesome that I now can make 5-hour-long streams about Tolkien and talk about stuff and read Tolkien's Kir's letters and whatnot. It's kind of fascinating. So even though the films were quite not always accurate, they at least they definitely brought people towards enjoying Tolkien and looking to the box. Also, thank you, much appreciate John. Pretty nice. Damn, I missed 4 hours. Yes, you did. But the stream will be up as a VOD. Wow, now they're all coming. Thank you, TSG, much appreciated. Thank you for all the support and so on and so forth. Yeah, I also think that the narrator in the trailer is a Harfoot. Agreed on that. I mean, I could talk on for hours and hours and hours. It's really a lot. It has been a lot of fun. Yeah, time for reread, exactly. And even if people just say, hey, I don't like the films, but I really wanted to reread the Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, the Silmarillion or whatever, that's, my opinion, already a plus. Need a video to discuss the Vanity Fair article. I'm working on a summary video, but it's like 40 minutes long. I planned to finish it today, but I couldn't. It was too long. And now I decided to just also implement the little bit we learned from the trailers into this video as well, and then release one big summary video of everything. I hope, that will work out or something. Kind of. But it's sadly delaying everything. I hope now that we have a little bit of breaks, so I can now focus on other stuff again. In 10 days, Elden Ring comes out, and then I will play Elden Ring all day. So there might be light on content, on Tolkien content for like a few days or so, or a week. Yeah, it's according to the Vanity Fair article, which is also, I can link in chat, !link. I think everyone can use the command, but the cooldown on it. Here's the link to the Vanity Fair article. It's free to read, and in it says they only have, I think it says, or maybe it was in the podcast of the Vanity Fair people, they said that they only have like rights for the appendices and maybe can add a few things here and there. Yeah. I'm not 100% sure how we will cover this series. Oh, John, I've played 3,000 hours of Dark Souls, so I will fall into Elden Ring hole as well, yeah. Like, for all Dark Souls games, I would also say I could come to a relatively similar number, I guess. So I really like Dark Souls, and Elden Ring's by the Dark Souls makers. There's no one better than Phil. Yeah. So again, people, thank you for watching. I know this was a long outro again, but it's really relaxing. Talk a bit of people. Would love to see if my bot now auto-bans certain comments, but we will find out. Yeah, there's some good audiobooks too. Agree. And there's also a great selection of different audiobooks for Tolkien stuff. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, thank you, people too. Before I lose myself in reading chat and discussing with people everything, I would say see you people next time. I have no idea when we stream next time because it were several streams, but maybe at the end of the month or at the beginning of next month, if nothing big comes out. If something is announced again and needs discussion, we will analyze it as always in a live stream. Maybe also make a video. I'm not 100% sure yet. I try to finish the summary video soon, and now I have to sleep quite a bit. But yeah, thank you people for watching. Thank you for all the support. Shoutouts to the people getting a membership for the channel and so on. Thank you for all the people pressing the like button, pressing the subscribe button, writing comments, especially nice comments, and so on and so forth. Much, much appreciated. Thank you for all the support. And gute Nacht, and see you people next